It's your boy, I. Oh god, I dropped my lip balm. Bring, it's time to take my meds. Wow. Hello, kids. Hello. How you do? I just got chocolate milk on my face. Hello. Oh god. Ooh, my arm needs to crack. Oh. Let's jump to the good part. Hello. Hi, Sluggies. We're back to life, back to reality, back to life, back to reality. I don't have like a so I'm just gonna have to go. Hello. Hi. Why does it feel weird streaming at night? That's not normal for me. Like, for the past week or so, I've been streaming like quite early in the day for me. At least in like the early afternoon. And today, I don't know if you saw my tweet, but I did make a tweet saying that I needed to stream later today because my snussy hurts. Because, well, I will get into that in just a minute. Let me first say hello to said Sluggies. Let me say hi to them Schluggen. Hello Sullivan, hello there.
Hello there.
Oh, I'm first very lonely though. Oh no, not for long though. We're here, we're queer, we're sluggy, we're fuggy, we're Gucci, we're snoochy. Hello Casca, Second. Hi Mr. Second, how you doing? Excited to go through 30 something more plot holes. Yeah, I think it's like, God, mental maths. Well, we ended it last time talking about the ending of 11's arc and about how depressing that was. Yeah, it's like 32, 33. Because we did talk about 11's arc, but I guess I'll like briefly touch on that before we start on the others. Oops, I accidentally closed it. Let's see, but yeah, I think we got through it in a fairly good time last time, so if I can keep the tangents down, then that is not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. I barely even watched the show. That's okay. I mean, the thing with the show of Stranger Things ending so badly is it's affected like the rest of the show. So like for example, I don't want to start watching Game of Thrones because it was such a it was such a big thing that the end of Game of Thrones was like the worst ending they could have done. Like it was like a complete mess. And I did think about starting Game of Thrones at some point, but after all that came out, I never want to start it ever. And because of the laziness of the ending with this show, like they did the safest ending they could, we killed the bad guy and we didn't face any consequences, no major characters died, And they're all living happily ever after. Yay! The safest ending possible has ironically made everyone so much, because like they went with the safest ending in Stranger Things to not upset as many people. They didn't kill anyone. Like they want to have their cake and eat it too. And okay, first let me give y'all a bit of context. I haven't even finished saying hi to everyone yet, and I'm already getting started. A little bit of context, and then I'll say hi to more Sluggies. So we did a stream yesterday where we talked at length for over 3 hours. I'm not counting the first hour because I think we just yapped for the first hour about random things. We yapped at length for about 3 hours about this doc which someone made, and it's been translated into English from Russian, so that's why, for example, it says Odie's arc when it means 11's arc. So like some things are not spelled properly, but it's like minor things, and you can, you know, with context you know what it means. But anyway, if you haven't seen Stranger Things, or you don't know what Stranger Things is, Stranger Things is or was a show on Netflix that has been airing for about 9 years, and essentially it ended recently. It had its final season in December, and the finale episode, which was supposed to tie everything up and, you know, give the story a meaningful ending that, you know, at least the fans deserved, because Jesus Christ, it seems like, based on the documentary, it seems like the Duffer Brothers were just so, at least with interviews as well as the documentary about this, but because as well as the TV show, after the final season aired on the 7th of January, there came out a documentary called One Last Adventure that was supposed to be a behind-the-scenes look into the production of season 5. It seems like they did one for every season of Stranger Things, and this was like the final one that they ever made. And I'm not sure who made this documentary, but whoever made it seems like they made it with the intent of, you know, showing, like, making the Duffer Brothers look as bad as possible. I mean, like, it was apparently really easy to do, but they showed so many times of, like, the Duffer Brothers fucking up and everyone around them being so angry and annoyed and tired, and like, because they wasted like 80% of the time they had procrastinating on writing the script. They started season 5 of Stranger Things without a finished script for the finale. Like, brother, seriously? But if you don't know who the Duffer Brothers are basically the directors of Stranger Things. They're the people who, like, came up with the concept and directed the show. And, you know, they might be good at directing, but they're sure as hell not good at writing, and I guess that's why there's, like, a massive conspiracy that they used ChatGPT to write it, because in the behind the scenes documentary you can see ChatGPT tabs open on their laptops. So fucking stupid. And yeah, and because of this terrible ending that they made so safe, like they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. They wanted to not upset anyone and have the safest ending they could, by not killing anyone, having everything be tied up, and it seems like, based on documentaries and interviews, the Duffer Brothers just wanted to move on from this as quickly and as easily as possible. But ironically, because they tied it up in such a safe way, and in an attempt to not upset as many people, they in turn have upset everyone. And it's been an absolute roller coaster ride, seeing, like, waking up every day and going on Twitter and seeing another tweet in the plethora of interview threads that the Duffer Brothers have been conducting. Because after the release of the finale, the Duffer Brothers went on a interview thread and just really exposed even more so how much they didn't care about Stranger Things anymore. Or at least, I mean, maybe they used to, but I don't know. They didn't care about Stranger Things. They just wanted things to end. They didn't think about any of the characters' motivations or, like, endings. Like, simple questions weren't answered. Like, in an interview, on, like, a Zoom interview, the interviewer asked the Duffer Brothers how Vecna didn't know that the gang was coming to fight him, and their answer was just, oh, he wasn't expecting it. And it's like, what do you mean he wasn't expecting it? Vecna is a mind controlling, telepathic, telekinesis demon creature. And you're telling me that at no point during any of the group's planning in the final season to, like, come attack Vecna, he didn't come and be like, he didn't go into any of their minds and be like, oh, so they're coming to attack me. Like, we see one point where he goes into their mind to see that Max is in the hospital, but it's like, dude, no fucking shit that the comatose girl is in hospital. Like, I am spamming my bruh emote at this point. Yeah, there's just so many questions that they said, I don't know. They said, we don't know. It happened off screen. It probably happened off screen. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't happen. And then often backtracking and saying, like, oh, it happened this way, or it probably happened this way. And it's like, dude, you're the writers. You should say whether or not you think it happened one way. Like, I said this last time, I'm not expecting all the answers for the show. And I'm sure that every other person that's a fan of Stranger Things can agree with me. We don't expect, like, all the answers on a silver platter here, but, like, things that are very, like, fundamental to the story of the season finale, things to wrap up the physics of the world. And it's like, you know, when we were watching Markiplier's movie Iron Lung, and I said that I was having a hard time being immersed into the world because there wasn't any, like, logical explanation for what was happening. I'm not saying that I can't get interested in stories that are fictional and fantastical because, for example, I love Stranger Things, and if in a fantastical, well, I did love Stranger Things at least, but if you create a world and you create a story that has certain limitations and certain scientific physics in that world, then you need to keep to those laws of physics, those things that you have introduced. For example, in Stranger Things, we've been told that in the Upside Down there are lots of particles and the air is toxic, you can't breathe it. And then in season 4, season 5, they're just breathing it fine. And even one of the characters, Vicky, says, is this toxic? And her girlfriend Robin says, I don't know. And some people who just for some reason still think the season 5 is a great show might argue, like, oh, it's funny though, it's a meta joke because they're acknowledging their own inconsistencies. And it's like, acknowledging your own inconsistencies doesn't make it good writing. It's like if you're an asshole, saying I'm an asshole doesn't make you less of an asshole. And yeah, it really seems like the Duffer Brothers just wanted things to wrap up as quickly and as easily as possible. And someone even put together a document, which is what we've been going through, of the 84 plot holes and inconsistencies of the entirety of Stranger Things based on the, like, now that the show has ended, there are so many questions that we thought would be answered by season 5, but they haven't been. We were even told, like, on the Twitter account, like, that when season 5 comes out, we'd get answers question, like, for example, who opened the door when Will was first captured, because the creature uses telekinesis to, or whatever their psionic abilities, to unlock the door, but Demogorgons can't do that. So it must have been Vecna, but the Duffer Brothers haven't answered that, and they said that we'd get an answer, but we haven't. And in turn to this terrible ending, there's been massive theories under the name of conformity gate. And honestly, although, like, I didn't fully believe conformity gate, because as I said, I can be quite a skeptic, it's like, I really want, like, people had genuinely, like, spent so much time putting together the pieces, and honestly, I was on board. I was like, if this is real, this is so cool. But a big part of me was like, this feels like copium. And it turns out it was indeed copium in the end. And it's really depressing because, I mean, it's just clear that the fans were not satisfied with the ending at all. And that's why they digged so hard and came up with this theory. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, conspiracy theories are kind of born because people aren't super happy with the answer that they're given, you know? It's like, I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Like, for example, people that believe the Earth is flat, like, you can give them, like, scientific explanation, but if they're not happy with that explanation, then they turn to what are they called? They turn to conspiracy theories instead. And some of them find that more satisfying. And in this case, a lot of people did not find this ending satisfying at all. And that's why so many people turned to conspiracy theories, because there were so many hints that there was an alternative ending. A lot of the hints were making it seem like this finale wasn't real, and because Vecna is like, he can create visions, he can manipulate like memories, he can create worlds and, like, suck people into his fake worlds and his I don't know what you call it, like, again, his mind palace, his mind mansion, I don't even know. There was a massive theory that was the whole finale, or that was the whole of season 5. And that would have been so interesting. But the reality is often, like, the simplest answer, it's like Hawkham's razor. The simplest answer is often the real answer. And the simplest explanation is often, like, the actual answer. I can't remember if that's how it goes, but in this case, it wasn't anything convoluted, like a conspiracy about, oh, it was all just in everyone's head and Vecna was manipulating everyone to turn on each other, and none of this was real, and nothing like that. Nothing that interesting at all. It was just ultimately a badly written show that had a lot of inconsistencies and plot threads that didn't go anywhere. And it seems like maybe part of the reason that the writing went so askew was because, one of the Duffer Brothers seems like his ex-wife was the main ghostwriter of Stranger Things. And in the past year, I think it was, they divorced. Obviously, if that's not correct, I'll edit that in post-production. And he and his brother essentially had to figure out how to wrap up the whole story by themselves without the help of their ghostwriter ex-wife that was doing all the heavy lifting in terms of the writing. And it's been a journey. And there's definitely more than 84 plot holes. I mean, again, when I was trying to find this document again, after looking through it myself in my spare time, I saw that there was like other articles, like 100 plot holes from Stranger Things, and so. But yeah, last time we went through about 50 of these, we ended it off down here, but that's when I was like, I think I'm not giving these the time they deserve. But like when I got to this one, I was like, there's more I want to say here. I think we need to do this in a part 2. So that's what this is. This is part 2 to our Stranger Things plot hole stream. Let me continue saying hi to the Sluggies, because I just needed to do a big old rant. Hello William. Hello there. How you doing? Good evening, boys. Good evening. How you doing? Good evening. How's it hanging? It is hanging low, and it is swinging to and fro. If you know what I mean. Do your balls hang low? Can you tie 'em in a bow? Do your balls hang low? Can you swing 'em to and fro? I have a spell that can turn Vecna into a Lego. I mean, they probably are gonna make a Vecna Lego. I mean, I mentioned this in the last stream, but apparently $500 million was spent. It said about like 463 million, I believe. Again, I'll get the proper number in post. About 500 million was spent on the final season of Stranger Things. And after watching it and seeing like the green screen bullshit that happens in the fucking show, like there's certain things that I'm like, yeah, no, okay, this clearly had like a lot of money spent on it, but I have a feeling that they're just saying that it was 500 million, like they're including all the marketing press that was involved with creating this. Like they're probably going to bring out like a Vecna Lego, they're probably going to bring out other things. They previously had a Stranger Things Dead by Daylight DLC, which I have, which comes with the Demogorgon, Nancy, and Steve. And they have since released another Stranger Things DLC to go as part of the marketing, which I believe is part of the cost, which is like a new killer, which is Vecna. And all the press to go with that. There was I mean, there's so many merch everywhere. There's so much merch everywhere you go. I mentioned that in the UK, I went to a Primark and there was a big collab cafe for Stranger Things at the back of the Primark. And I didn't even know that collab cafes existed like outside of Japan. Because I love, there's this YouTuber called Emi Richu, and she has like this series where she goes to anime cafes and like collab cafes and stuff. And I love watching those, but those are all in Japan. And I was like, I didn't know that I didn't know that you could have something like this anywhere else. And so when I went to Primark just to like look for, okay, sorry, this is a little depressing. I went to a Primark in the I'm obviously not going to say the location. I went to a local Primark so I could find clothes for my nana's funeral, because I didn't have any formal wear really to wear. I needed some black shoes and a black dress and stuff. So I went to my Primark to look for funeral clothes, and I just saw this massive Stranger Things section with all the merch you could want: clothes, slippers, figures, mugs, all the even these ugly fluffy Crocs that were like, bro, what are those? Oh. And then at the back of the Primark where the Stranger Things merch section ends, there was this like collab cafe with like a big like what do you call it? Like a big cardboard like entrance where themed around Stranger Things, and there was like a menu that you could read outside, and I took pictures of everything. Maybe like if I can find it, I can put it on the stream. Sorry, my model stopped working because I'm looking through my gallery. Let's see. Because this was back in November. Yeah, this was back in November. I remember looking at the menu and there was something called like a nosebleed smoothie, And I was like, what the fuck? Because, you know, whenever Eleven uses her powers, she has like a nosebleed. But I don't know how much I want a nosebleed smoothie. Thank you very much. I swear I took pictures of it. Oh wait, yeah, I've got it here. Oh my god. Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna upload these so y'all can have a look. I'm gonna need to like, what is it? I'm gonna need to like put a picture over like someone's face, because there's, I mean, I can also crop it because like there's like strangers in the background and I feel bad. Okay, let me just upload these to my drive. Select brother. Select these. It wasn't even like that, like it wasn't even that impressive of like it wasn't that impressive looking of a collab cafe anywhere. Like there wasn't even any like Christmas lights with like alphabet writing or anything. There wasn't like, because I feel like that's fairly simple and cheap to do. Let's see. I'll put it in my my other stuff folder. I was gonna put it in my memes folder, but it was basically just like a cardboard cutout entranceway and like a menu, and I mean I'll show y'all because it's something. Something all right. Sorry, I've realized I haven't finished saying hi to the Sluggies. Hello Ram, hello there. From vines and shadows creep and crawl by plastic power, I shrink thee small. No more the Creel house shall you break, a mini figure you shall make from flesh to mold, from rinch to toy, vecno lego What the fuck? Damn, they should have hired you to do the marketing, bro. But yeah, I remember like walking around my town as well and seeing like just a bunch of Stranger Things marketing. Like they clearly spent a lot on marketing, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing or anything. Hi, I'm back. Let me make like a little slideshow of these images. Let's see. So I guess I'm not going to be able to blur out the stranger's face. Sorry, stranger.
Sorry, stranger. Hi, stranger.
Did I download these? I've just pressed download. Ah, here we go.
Hi, stranger.
Downloads. What the fuck? Huh? Add files. Don't tell me I can't open these because they're like... Fuck's sake. Okay. Oh, I need to pee. This is such a mess. Does it not recognize the iPhone, like, file? Oh, this is so irritating. Okay, I'm just... Let me just... Oh, this is so annoying. I need to pee. Let me say hi to the Sluggies and then I need to go pee really quick. I'm sorry, I just like downed a chocolate milk before stream. Hello Sam. Hello there. Hello. There's way too much. Seriously, Jack, there is. Also, hi Jack. Hi Jack. Oh no, he's gonna hijack me. Oh no. The earth is obviously a triangle. Real. Hi Delta. Hello there. Are you well today? Well, I think I'm okay, like mentally, but physically I've been hurting a bit. I'm a lot better now though, like a lot better. I think my UTI has gone away. How about fix the inconsistency? Yeah, true. Also, hi Ryanonymous. Hello Leon as well. The toxic atmosphere was an important element in the Upside Down. Was so strange they forgot that. I know, like that's part of what made the Upside Down so scary, like the darkness, the creatures, the toxic atmosphere, and then they were just like, oh yeah, it's whatever, it's fine, you can breathe it, I guess. I lived through Battlestar Galactica, Game of Thrones, Mass Effect 3, Stranger Things Season 5 is a masterwork in comparison. No way, bro. No way. I mean, to be fair, I don't know. And I mean, you know, I haven't seen those shows, so I can't say it, but hello, Command. I appreciate your input, because I haven't seen those things. I have to check out part 1 later. Yeah, it's up to you. It is up to you. I'm good, thanks for asking. Yeah, no problem. In my country there was a collab with ice cream too. Really? Yeah, see, there was just like a bunch of shit. I can quickly show these pictures before I need to pee, but I do need to pee. I don't know why only 4 out of 5 of them have downloaded as well. Download the triangle, like the triangle, broski. Come on. I swear, like I hate having an iPhone. It makes everything so difficult. Like if you want to send images to your Windows PC and you want to do things with that, sometimes it's just like no, because it's like a weird file type. It's like a HEIC file. So what I'm having to do is I'm just fucking no, you know what, do they have like a conversion website? HEIC to PNG, sure. I cannot be bothered converting this shit by hand. I need to piss. I can't talk, I make you piss. Whoa. But yeah, when I saw that, it did make me feel hyped about like brother. Where's the document? When I saw this collab cafe, it did like heighten my excitement, and I even wanted to buy some merch, but you know, I'm on a budget, and I specifically went to the Primark for funeral clothes. So I'm like, I just need to buy my clothes and go. Maybe if I have time and money, I'll come back, but I'm kind of glad I didn't. There was so much merch of the like the Squawk radio station as well, and I was like, oh, this is probably going to be like relevant to the story, isn't it? Because they're like have all this merch to do with it, but no. Oh, irritating. Also, well, when I show these pictures, for people who have been asking if I'm okay, I am okay now. If you're wondering why I'm streaming a little later in the day, it's because I had a little bit of a UTI. If you don't know what that is, it means urinary tract infection. I don't know if it's like an infection, but basically it's just like, it was like hurting real bad, and then I'd need to pee like so soon. And I think the reason that happened is because when I was making my NSFW audio last night, I haven't done this yet, but when I made this audio yesterday for Patreon, I used a toy for the first time. And I forgot to shower afterwards, and I mean it's not like I have to shower, but sometimes I need to shower after, and I didn't, and then I guess my body was like, okay, that's it, UTI. Anyway, so I got the files for the collab cafe. Let me show you. Sorry to the random people that appear in the background. Yeah, so this was the Primark collab cafe. It was pretty uninteresting, to be honest. But there was like a big cardboard, what do you call it? Like a big cardboard. Yeah, this was like the merch section. I'm gonna pause it. Yeah, so this is like a menu at the front that was like the best selling items, I guess. And then this was like the entranceway. Like a portal with like the logo and everything. And like little designs and an open sign, and I was like, oh, this is kind of cool, but like it didn't really have any decorations other than that. Like this was the inside. Again, apologies to the random lady that I got in the picture. They have like Halloween pumpkins. Again, this was taken in like November because that's when the first part of season 5 came out. But there's like not really any other decorations. Yeah, that's it really. Oh, I didn't mean to. What happened? I mean, okay. Oh, I keep accidentally pressing that. Fuck. Right. So yeah, there was like this big wall mural with like the main gang on it. I thought that was all right. And there's like a poster with a Demogorgon on it, sure. You know, not bad. Not bad. But this is pretty much it. Also, I didn't even know that like Primark had because I hadn't been to this Primark before. If you don't know what Primark is, it's basically just it's like a really cheap clothes store in the UK. But yeah, it looked pretty boring. I'm trying to see if I can like find the where is it? Can it like play, please? Oh, I think it broke. Yeah, loop, please. What? Why did it just break randomly? Okay. Okay, what was I saying? I mean, yeah, again, it was cool to like see that this was even a thing, like in England of all things. Like, I don't think I've seen anything like this before. Like I've been to, when I went to university, in the town that I went to university in, there was like a gaming cafe. Like they had like all kinds of video games, board games, and like themed like milkshakes and stuff to like video game characters. And I remember being impressed enough by that. So this was like fun, you know, but like, I don't, it wasn't super impressive. Why does the slideshow's like broken, I guess. There we go. I'm trying to see the menu. Oh my god. Right, so you can't really see. I mean, if I zoom in, maybe you can. Oh no. Okay, you can kind of see now, but I'll open the image on my phone so I can translate the blurry text. Oh no. Like I saw nosebleed matcha and I'm like, ugh. Let's have a look. And then I really need to go to the bathroom. Yeah, okay, so over here we have, again, sorry my model's not working right now. It's just because I have my phone gallery open, so I can't use my phone. I can't do tracking. Oh, I say that and then it just moved, what the fuck? So there's a Benny's Burger Bar section. So you can get a Surfer Boy Margarita Twist, Benny's Diner Burger, an American hot dog, and a vegan dog. Okay. And then under shakes and ice creams here, there's the Void, which is a black vanilla ice cream shake topped with cream, Oreo crumbs, and gummies. Okay. Then there's traditional shakes, choice of strawberry, vanilla, or chocolate topped with whipped cream. Okay, that's just boring. That isn't themed. That's just basic. And then the Scoops Ahoy, which is one that you can build it, strawberry, chocolate, or vanilla. Okay, so you choose one of those first. And then you can top it with Oreo crumbs, strawberry sauce, chocolate sauce, toffee sauce. I think that says fudge, marshmallows, whipped cream. So like a build your own ice cream thing. Gotcha. Then we have, I don't know what this is, but it says tots side down. I guess this is like the kids' meal. Tater tots. I'm not sure what tater tots are. That's like an American thing. No waffles, really. Oh my god, yeah, you're so right, Cha. They don't even have eggers. I literally, like, the whole show has been like, oh, 11 loves eggers, which are like sweet waffles. I literally have like a picture of the eggers on me. And they don't have waffles in the dessert section. That's crazy. Also, hi, Cha, welcome in. Oh my god, I didn't even realize that until you mentioned it. Fuck my life. So in the kids' meal, they have tater tots, which I think I can only assume are like, is it like potato fries, but like kid versions? I don't know what that is. Tater tots and cheese tots topped with melted cheese sauce. And then it says meal deals, but I can't fully read what it says. I think it says like hot dog meal. But yeah, probably not that interesting. And then over here under iced drinks, it says nosebleed matcha. What the fuck? That's disgusting. That's horrible. No, who's who's pulling up to the Stranger Things collab cafe and getting a nosebleed matcha? Ew, brother. It says it's a strawberry flavored matcha, but like, did you have to call it though? You couldn't have thought of anything else. They've got a nosebleed matcha, an iced latte that's either vanilla or caramel, and either a vanilla or chai iced matcha. And then it says our favorite, I can't fully read this, Hawkins something float. I guess it's like a soda float. Hawkins something float. Cherry soda with vanilla ice cream. That sounds like it might be nice, but like, I don't know, man. And then hot drinks is just your basic Americano, latte, flat white cappuccino, tea, hot chocolate. It says they have orange hot chocolate, which, you know, I love orange hot chocolate, but that's pretty much the whole menu. Wait, actually, real quick, I want to zoom into, because they have like a menu at they had a very, oh yeah, they have like a menu right at the very front that showed, so this is the merch. I mean, this looks kind of cute. Here, there was like a menu right at the front of the Primark collab cafe that shows the Void Shake and the Benny's Diner Burger. Apparently they're favorites, but you know that. that has no meaning to me, bro. You could have completely different tastes to me. I could hate this. But I mean, it's kind of cute that the void has like gummy spiders on it, but like, why gummy spiders? Like, is that supposed to be like the big meaty vagina spider that they attack in the finale that they're calling the Mind Flayer? Hawkins tour. Is that what you think the soda float says? Oh, God. So yeah, their favorites apparently are the Void Shake and Benny's Diner Burger. Look how little you get though. Like that is like such a small pot of fries in a burger, and that hot dog doesn't even come with the meal. They're like straight up lying to your face. Like in the menu, it says that Benny's Diner Burger is a beef burger with a cheese slice and burger sauce for £6.50. Oh my god, that's so expensive. What the fuck? It doesn't even come with fries. Oh, they are lying to you. They are lying to you. Just the burger costs $6.50, so that's like what, nearly $8 for just a cheeseburger with a bit of sauce, and that's it. Did they like put the kid tater tots next to the burger? They lied to you. They lied to you. Absolute scoundrels thinking they can get away with this malarkey. Jesus. Oh, I'm so glad I could show you guys these pictures. Cause like, holy crap. Let me zoom out again. Yeah, that is the collab cap. Oh, I think I have the slideshow up in twice by accident. Oopsie. Oh, but guys, I really need to pee. Feel free to look at the Stranger Things slideshow while I go pee. No fries. I know, no fries. It doesn't say so on the menu here, at least. And they look the quote unquote fries next to the burger look like the what I've seen images of tater tots anyway. I think I've still got another slideshow up. Okay, right. I really need to pee. Feel free to just stare at the Stranger Things slop while I'm gone. Okay, I won't be long. I won't be long. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Oh, I felt like I was gonna explode. Thank you for waiting. Oh my god, I legit felt like I was gonna explode. I like I need to take my meds So I just downed a chocolate milkshake, a chocolate milk with it. I'm just thinking about milkshakes now. As someone with frequent nosebleeds, no thank you. Ew. Noseblood, the person on the naming team. Oh, like, whoever decided to come up with this, the names for this is... The soda float is an American classic. That's true, but that's not a soda float from America. I mean, I guess. To be fair, you can't see a picture of it, but if it's a British soda float, it's gonna be terrible. Jesus. I know, right, William? I know. It's so bad. It's so crap, isn't it? If you ordered a soda float that came to you like that in the US, you'd get a gun pulled in you. I mean, what do you mean by soda float? Because it hasn't shown a picture of a soda float. The thing at the front of the store that you see is like, I don't know, is it a milkshake? Yeah, that like thing with the spider gummies on it is a milkshake. That's not a soda float. But I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the soda float was just ass. Better be the best burger in the world for £6. No way. Like, it's not gonna be good. Like, it's just gonna be a basic ass burger. Probably like a frozen burger patty from the local Sainsbury's, like a plasticky tasting cheese slice, and the burger sauce is probably just stolen from the local McDonald's or something. Yeah, the void shake isn't as I was saying, the void shake isn't a soda float. It's, I mean, clearly the name is a milkshake, I believe. Welcome back. Thank you, Leon. Do you have any jobs for me, like in Phasmo? But yeah, funny collab. I remember seeing that and I was just like, what is even happening? But I digress. That is not why we're here today. We are here to talk about the plot holes for Strange Songs. It's a sad afloat. Oh my god. You can taste the salty tears of the Stranger Things creative team, because although I've been talking at severe length about how crap Stranger Things has become, I mean in terms of like the directing and the writing, the creative team, the actors, the people who are the artists, the people who have made the sets, the makeup prosthetics, the props, even like the stunt coordinators, for example, and the actors, they all, I give them their props because they worked with what they had. They had such a small amount of time to work on things. If you're not interested in Stranger Things as a show, that's totally fine. I don't blame you because of how it's ended. I do recommend, though, that you watch One Last Adventure. I think you can also watch it on YouTube. I'm not sure. But Netflix has like a habit of like uploading stuff to their YouTube channel as well as on Netflix. And because it's like a documentary, I can only imagine they'd want to like they don't really care about having it on YouTube. I mean, obviously I'll have a look, but let's have a little looky. Netflix. I nearly spelt it like that. Netflix. One last... God, I can't spell because my stuff's in the way. One Last Adventure, Stranger Things. Oh my god. Oh no, okay, there's just small segments of it. There's just small segments of it on... Wait, did someone upload it? Like, did someone like record it and upload it? I'm not sure. This is all of the behind the episode shots combined into one video. Thanks for doing that for us, like a separate documentary. Interesting. Someone uploaded like behind the scenes shots from the Netflix channel combined into one video that's an hour 50, which I don't know if I'm gonna watch this anytime soon, but I'm saving it. But on Netflix there's a I think it's either an hour or it's an hour and a half documentary. It's long. And it's basically like a behind the scenes look into the development of the final season of Stranger Things. And it really gives a clear insight into the absolute mess that the Duffer Brothers created. But it also showcases how hard the creative team worked to make do with what they had and what little time they had. Because God, they seem so frustrated with the little time they have in it, and I'm like, oh God, I bless them. Hi Eric, and hello Riga, how's it going? Hello there.
Hello there.
Hello there, two hello there's for the two peeps. Hey, what's up, how's the review going? I haven't fully started the review, the part 2 just yet. We've been kind of like doing a bit of an exposition intro. And I was just showing off collab cafe pictures for the Stranger Things Primark collab cafe, which was really funny. But yeah, I'll start talking about it now that you mention it. And welcome to the stream. It's nice to see you. It's been a while, Riga. How you doing? So yeah, last time we ended the stream talking about, well, again, let me make myself a little smaller. So last time we got down to here about Murray being, like, it doesn't make sense for Murray being able to smuggle things. Also, again, before I start, I'm gonna be talking about spoilers for all of the whole series of Stranger Things. So if you don't want to hear spoilers because you want to watch it yourself, then please click off the stream and I will catch you later. Hope you have a great rest of your day. If you're not interested in general, then that's fine as well. What was I gonna say? But if you don't want spoilers or anything like that, then I'm letting you know now. Then you need to leave or mute or something, because we're talking about a lot of spoilers here. Last time we talked about 3 hours worth of spoilers, so I'm continuing this exploration of the plot holes and inconsistencies document that we were reviewing last time. I'm gonna be going through this with the assumption that you either know what I'm talking about with Stranger Things, like that you've either watched it yourself or you know what I'm talking about, or that you don't care about spoilers. Okay, awesome. It's only been 1 hour, of course we haven't started yet. Listen, I just listen, aren't you happy I showed you the collab cafe pictures? I also just want to make sure that you guys know that I'm talking about spoilers and giving you a little bit of an intro, because some people in the chat haven't seen the first part of the stream, so I'm just giving a bit of context as well. Remember to support the original release or not, or wait for someone to make Stranger Things abridged. Yeah, I mean, I'm not showing any scenes of Stranger Things on the stream like we did with Markiplier's movie, Iron Lung, and I encourage you, if you want, to go watch the show, but I mean, honestly, after the ending, I never would have supported anything by the Duffer Brothers again. Oh god, I need to blow my nose. Excuse me. Jesus. Sorry, y'all. Bit of nose blowing ASMR. Being a slime girl and blowing your nose is an experience. God, I hate having a cold. Anyway, thank you guys for listening to me yap. Time to yap some more. And now my nose is a little clear so we can yap. Damn, how much for the used tissue? If I was, guys, come on. I'm not gonna sell my used tissue. That's disgusting. Why would 500? No, I'm kidding. I don't even know if that's legal for you to like send gross things like this over a mail. And I wouldn't sell it for 500. That is way too much. What if I got like premium snot with gold flakes? I was there with you with the slime issue. I have one hell of a cold these last few days. Oh, I'm sorry, Cha. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon, darling. Gentlemen, and I use the term loosely, please restrain yourselves. No, it's okay. It's okay. We're just hanging out. Thank you, Father Delta, for hanging. It's legal, is it? Because I saw that like someone from, I think it was like someone from Sock's agency. I think it was like Ali. I think she wanted to like send some like used underwear or like some used socks or something, like I can't remember. It was, if it wasn't her, I do apologize. I swear it was someone from SVA though, that was they tried sending something like gross over mail, and it apparently, like, she looked it up and it was like illegal. I guess that's maybe in her country, I don't know. Listen, I'm yapping too much. We need to okay, I'm not gonna talk about this specifically because I think I said everything I wanted to say on the last stream, and talking about this is a bit depressing. I mean, I guess one thing to summarize about, so I'm gonna do what I did last time, and I'm gonna have like a timer. I'm gonna have a timer to like a 1 minute, 2 minute timer to keep track of how much time I'm spending talking about each thing, otherwise we're never gonna finish. Okay, so we're starting with the one we ended on pretty much. 51, the unclear moral of 11's arc. This says ODs, but this is just, again, it's translated from Russian to English, so there's like 1 or 2 inconsistencies, but it's okay, it's okay. We know what it means. What is the ultimate meaning of her story? That she must die to stop the violence. This interpretation seems extremely dubious and contradicts the entire previously established theme of choice, freedom, and life in defiance of experimentation. Yeah, so I talked about this last time, but it's been really upsetting as someone who loved this show. I say loved past tense, because as someone who deals with my own, you know, mental health problems, and as someone who has grown up in a household that, you know, has violence in many different aspects, as an adult, I've really needed to like come to terms with that in my own way. And I'm still coming to terms with it. Like, I'm still healing from trauma. And oftentimes when you bring up old memories, it feels like you're getting worse, but you are healing in your own way. I mean, obviously, I'm not a therapist, so please, you know, be careful and speak to a professional. But like, if the, I feel like I'm not explaining myself properly, but like, 11's been through a lot. She's been raised in a violent way. Like, she was raised by physically abusive security guards and what's his name, Banner, the scientist guy. She was manipulated, abused, like from like the moment of her birth to like her whole life. And her choosing to like have her own life and pursuing a life outside of her trauma. So getting into a relationship with Mike, finding a father in Hopper, meeting all her new friends like Max, Lucas, Dustin, all these people. That has been like a really nice moral for the viewer to take. Like, even though you could be raised in a terrible scenario, you can always find really nice positives in life and really nice outcomes. But the moral of Eleven's arc is that in order to stop the trauma, in order to stop the violence, she has to end her own life. What kind of ending is that for one of the main characters' like stories? That's what kind of morals do we take from that as a viewer? Again, I understand it's supposed to be like a horror series, but at the end of the day, in season 5, the Duffer Brothers in post-release interviews, they said that they didn't want to make it too depressing by killing off any major characters or having it be too gory or depressing. So why did they end Eleven's arc in such a depressing way, an unnecessary way? It's like, it's very contradictory, the things that they say. But yeah, it worries me as well because I'm an adult, right? So I know not to take these things seriously. Like, it's just a TV show, and at the end of the day, if you're only deriving meaning in your life from a TV show, or you're strictly taking guidance from something fictional like a TV show or a game or a movie, anything like that, then that's not healthy. But if you're a child that's growing up watching this, and I mean, in a bunch of cases, people have been kids that have grown up watching this. In the behind the scenes documentary, One Last Adventure, we can see a bunch of the kids on the set that are acting in the show being like, oh yeah, they're like, are you watching the show? And they're like, yeah, I just got to season 2, and they're like really excited. And if you're a kid and you're growing up watching these other kids in this show growing up, and you come to love the character, you come to find them inspiring, or maybe you find common denominators between yourself and another character, and you love them for that reason. Like, if there was a child that felt like that about 11, and then 11's story ends like that, what is that child supposed to think? Because again, I'm an adult. I know, like, obviously it's depressing and it sucks, and I wish that they could have had a nicer end to her story, because that would have made me feel nice as someone who was raised in a violent way and has, tried to make the best of life, even regardless of trauma. I part of me really hoped that there would be a really nice ending, or at least like some sensical ending to 11's arc, and it hasn't happened, and that really sucks. But I'm an adult, and I can reasonably say to myself, like, it's just fiction. It's something that was written by another human being. I can derive meaning from other things and the people around me. But if you're a child and you haven't experienced much of life yet, and you do derive meaning from TV that you watch, I mean, these days a lot of parents just put their kid in front of an iPad or a television to keep them entertained while they work, and that's okay. I'm not saying that's wrong. But a lot of kids nowadays, or I mean, I say nowadays, like, we haven't all like had TV for like the past 50 plus years, 100 years, I don't even know. A lot of kids are raised by television, and like movies and TV shows, and if a child is raised by this and they're dealing with similar issues, is the moral of the story that they take from this that in order to stop the traumatic thoughts, in order to stop the violence, they need to not be alive anymore? Like, that's so horrible and makes me feel almost sick thinking about it. I know I've been talking about this specific point for like 7 minutes now, but it's because I feel like this is one of, like, obviously these are all like plot inconsistencies and plot holes and whatnot, but like this specific plot hole, or like this specific part here, this specific point, I feel like is quite dangerous in the way that they've ended, the way that they've concluded Eleven's story. Again, even if you're a child or you're an adult, if you're making life choices based on characters from a TV show, then that's not healthy. That's not a good idea at all in any case. I mean, obviously, unless it's like a good thing, like, oh, I wanted to start exercising because Saitama from One Punch Man does a lot of exercise or something, but I don't know. A lot of, like, children are quite impressionable, and I don't know, this just gives me all the wrong feelings. I feel like I basically said what I wanted to say last time, but the heroic sacrifice trope requires some care while writing to avoid the occasional less than ideal messaging. Yeah, but the thing is that this isn't even like a heroic sacrifice trope, though, because ultimately she didn't need to sacrifice herself. We're shown in the epilogue where, you know, Hopper proposes to Joyce, and, you know, the older kids are like, they're at university or they're in jobs and whatever. We're shown that they're not even suffering from the consequences of the military. Like, Nancy fully killed a bunch of military soldiers, and she's not facing any consequences. She's not in prison. Nothing has happened. So it almost seems like 11 just didn't even need to do that at all. She didn't need to sacrifice herself, because it seems like even if she was still alive, the town, like, nothing would have happened. In an interview, like, after the finale released, in an interview with the Duffer Brothers, they were asked what happened with the military. And the Duffer Brothers just said they left town, I guess. I guess they left town. Like, that's their explanation for the military just not having anything further to do with Hawkins or the main gang that we follow. Nothing. And it's like a dangerous way to, like, end a story for a character that, like, has had such a violent and traumatic upbringing. Like, oh yeah, the way to fix all this trauma and violence in your life is to just yourself, you know. They took a walk. Just look at the flowers, military. Just look at the flowers. Anyway, next point. Already talked about these next 2 points a bit, but I'm going to continue. 52. The disappearance of the Upside Down is now explained. It's completely unclear how exactly the Upside Down, which had existed for many years and was a fundamental part of the series' world, disappeared. We're not shown the process of its destruction nor the mechanics of it. Yes, the company NL did something to destroy it, and we were shown it for, 20 seconds? After that, there's an abrupt time skip in which everything's suddenly good. The world is stable. There are almost no consequences. Yeah, the characters are living their normal lives. Why this happened exactly this way? What are the consequences of the Upside Down's disappearance? and why the world returned to normal so easily all remains off screen. This isn't a complete ending, but a blunt interruption of the story. Yeah, I mean, I basically just talked about all this. And furthermore, well, I mean, I talked about the Duffer Brothers wanting to just wrap things up as easily as possible. That's basically what this is. They just wrote like, oh, 11 sacrificed herself. And yeah, there's just a time skip and then everything's okay. Like, they just wrote it as lazily and safely as they could, essentially. And in a bunch of interviews, when people have asked the Duffer Brothers questions, the way that they give answers is they either say, I don't know, it happened off screen, or it happened this way or that way, we don't know. And it's like, you are the writers, you're supposed to know these things. Like, seriously, if in the documentary, the Duffer Brothers talk about how they never really liked writing, and they wanted to be directors, but to be directors they needed to do writing. And I'm like, if you hate writing so much, couldn't you have just like hired someone to write it for you? Like, god damn, can you imagine how many fans of Stranger Things would have hopped on board like with like helping write this show if the Duffer Brothers were struggling so much? Like, they kept talking about how they had like Netflix breathing down their necks, like, oh, you need to get the season finale finished, you need to get the season finished. Yeah, brother, because you wasted 80% of your time for the last, 2-3 years just procrastinating and not getting the scripts written. No wonder they're breathing down your neck. If you need to get something done, you need to get something done. And if you waste all your time getting shit done, that's no one else's fault but your own. Ugh, brother. Okay, right. Next, 53. Murray's illogical freedom of movement. Again, we already talked about this a bit before, and then that's when I was like, shit, we should probably do a part 2 because I'm just rushing through this. Okay. Murray's illogical freedom of movement. It remains completely unclear how Murray was able to smuggle large quantities of food, equipment, and weapons into a closed area under military control. This is an area with checkpoints, security, and access control, but the series shows no checks, no explanations, and no consequences. As a result, it feels like military control is purely formal and has no real impact on events. Yeah, I mean, we're shown that he brings in things like, I guess, like guns and like different types of equipment that they use to patrol the Upside Down. And I mean, he even brings like a wedding ring so that Jonathan can confusingly propose to Nancy, which wasn't even like a proposal. It was apparently a breakup. Like, huh? That's so, like, the way that they broke up was so confusing that everyone, all the viewers were like, are they breaking up or are they proposing? I don't know what's happening. But yeah, so there was like no checks at all by the military whenever Murray would whenever Murray would smuggle things into Hawkins, even though Hawkins is completely submerged in military security and checks and control. And it's in a way related to how the epilogue is with the finale, because even after the main gang, killed a bunch of soldiers and, caused a bunch of money to be destroyed by blowing up the Upside Down, they faced no consequences from the military at all. Like, the military basically had no impact on any event. So yeah, again, more of a formality, like, oh, it's the military, they're so scary, than an actual thing to fear or have consequences with. 2 professionals couldn't write a page in 3 years. I know, like, there's like fan fiction writers that could write more than they could in a week. And like, they obviously I'm not a director, I'm not a writer, I'm not in their position, but if it was me, I would turn to the fans and I would be, because at the end of the day, if you're honest with people, I feel like that's more respectable than just slopping your way to the finish. I would do like a post and I would say like, or like I'd do like a conference and I'd say like, look, I am like, if I'm talking about like I am like both of the Duffer Brothers, I'd say like, look, we're really struggling writing the final season. There's so many things we need to tie up, and honestly, we don't know how to finish it. Guys, we need your help. We know how much you love the series as much, and we love the series too, and we want to end it the best way we can. Please send your applications for your writing services to this email. Obviously we'll pay you, and we want to work with you. We want to have the best ending we can. Like but instead they turn to ChatGPT. Even after like a bunch of production staff was saying like, I don't think this is a good idea to the Duffer Brothers, they just kept ignoring them. It's so fucked. But at the end of the day, they just wanted to wrap it up safely and with no real explanation of anything and no real consequences. Yeah, I feel like the military is more of an annoyance than a threat in Stranger Things. Yeah, it's like Dr. K, you know, the replacement for Dr. Brenner, the like woman with the same hairstyle and everything. She was definitely more of an annoyance than an actual threat. Like, and she had like this whole like fight with, there's like another military guy who like her and him seem to have like this like they're just constantly fighting about the procedurals of how to go about like getting 11 and conducting all of these things. And that never felt like it had a real end. Like Chekhov's gun didn't go off once again. And Dr. K just kind of went away. We didn't see her end or anything. I bet they didn't do it since many of them would have said to call the ex-wife for help. Yikes. Okay. Next. 54. The end of Will's power was never revealed. The series doesn't explain what happened to Will's powers after Vecna's defeat. How exactly did he cease being a wizard? Did his abilities vanish completely or simply go dormant? Did his connection to the Upside Down remain, or was it completely severed? We're never shown the moment of his loss of powers, nor its aftermath, nor Will's inner state afterward. Ultimately, it remains unclear who he's become, an ordinary teenager without powers or a person who continues to live with something inside, but we're simply not told about it. Yeah, the only thing we're shown about Will's epilogue isn't even from his point of view. It's like a made-up story that Mike does during the D&D section. It's just him being like, oh yeah, you get a boyfriend, I guess. We don't know anything about like Will's powers, like what happens to them. And it's quite unfortunate because I feel like Will, like it being revealed that Will has powers, like was one of the most interesting and fun things that had happened in a while. I mean, like there's a scene as well in the final season where Vecna is tricking Hopper into thinking that he accidentally shot 11 through the like tank that she's floating in, and that was like the most shocked I've been watching Stranger Things in a long time. But then it was revealed that that's not even real, so it's like ugh. Oh man. Yeah, anyway, sorry about this point. Yeah, we're not shown the aftermath of Will or anything to do with him other than, yeah, you're gay, so you have a boyfriend, I guess. Thanks, Mike. Thank you. Appreciate it. 55. Oh yeah, I talked about this as well. Oh god, I'm getting the burps. I bet they didn't do it since many of them would have said, oh sorry, I already read that. I need a filing cabinet. Right. 55. The relationship between Nancy and Jonathan is shown in a very blurred manner. Their storyline doesn't have a clear conclusion. The scene with the ring is presented so vaguely that without explanation on social media, it's impossible to even understand that it was a breakup. For a couple with such a long history, the lack of a clear spoken ending feels odd and dramatically weak. Yeah, I remember in the... sorry, let me press the... Yeah, when they announced like trailers for season 5 of Stranger Things, they showed like Nancy crying and crying, and I was like, oh my god, I guess like Jonathan's dead. Thank fuck, because I hate Jonathan. He's such a terrible character. Like I hate his character, and he's a like, I don't like, ever since he took pictures of like Nancy taking her clothes off, I do not like Jonathan. You know what's funny about that as well? That was, so if you watch Stranger Things now, like this happened in season 1, there was a moment, because I watched Stranger Things like long ago, like when it was first airing, when there was a scene where Nancy's taking her clothes off because she's about to do the dirty with Steve, and Jonathan is outside and he takes a picture of her the moment she takes her shirt off. But then it just got edited out. And in an interview, when the Duffer Brothers were asked about that, they just said, we don't know what you mean. That didn't happen. Why the fuck are they gaslighting people to think that that didn't happen? Like, I remember it happening. They even like... they even show like there's another part of season 1 where Steve like breaks Jonathan's camera and drops his pictures all over the place, and we can see the picture on the ground of Nancy like taking her shirt off, and she even asks him like, oh, what was I saying when I took my picture, because he says like, oh yeah, you know, pictures have their own stories, and she was like, oh, what was my picture saying? Like, but if you go back and it's if you're wondering what episode it is, I'm not sure, but it's when Nancy and Barb go to the house, the quote unquote house party, when it's only like 5 of them. They go to Steve's house with his 2 friends and they're drinking, and then Nancy and Steve go up to his room, and Jonathan's outside like looking for Will, his missing brother, and he hears screaming, and he like runs to the screaming, but it turns out it's just like people just like having fun at the party, pushing each other into the pool and stuff. And he like sticks around for ages like a fucking creep. Ever since that happened, I do not like Jonathan. There's when Nancy and Steve go up to his room, I remember Jonathan being outside and taking a picture of Nancy when she's like taking her shirt off, and like from behind, and we can see like her bra and stuff, and he takes a picture. And then I think I mentioned previously that like I love to rewatch like movies and shows, because I'm a little dumb, and I often need to rewatch things to like understand them, because I don't understand them the first time I watch them. And I've rewatched this show a bunch of times, and I remember like going back, and that moment didn't happen, and I was confused because I remember it happening, because I was like, ew, that's fucking creepy, I hate this character now. And I looked online about it, and people had actually asked the Duffer Brothers about it, and they said, we don't know what you mean, that didn't happen, which is crazy. I know, it's insane, isn't it? They're actually trying to gaslight the viewers into believing that something that like genuinely happened in the show didn't happen. They're horrible. They are horrible, horrible people. I hate the Duffer Brothers. But yeah, sorry, I went off track there again. But with this that happened with Nancy and Jonathan, I remember watching the scene where they're in like the weird cum room and Jonathan gets out the ring and they're talking about past memories of their relationship and everything. And then they end up like crying and putting their foreheads together and stuff. And I was like, did he propose or what? I'm confused. And then I had to like look on social media after, and the Duffer Brothers explained that they broke up, and people were like, oh, really? That was like kind of hard to understand. Yeah, we saw it. We saw the scene happen where he took the picture of Nancy. Just because it's not available in the episode anymore doesn't mean we didn't see it. It's like they're saying like, oh, you don't have proof. But it's like, why did they get rid of it though? And why are they like pretending it didn't happen? If they said something like, oh yeah, we just felt it was really inappropriate, and you know, it made some viewers uncomfortable because, you know, consent and everything. But if they just straight up were like, yeah, no, we just took it out because it kind of went against what we wanted to present in the show, and they were just straight up about it, then whatever. But the thing is with the Duffer Brothers is they are just so dishonest that they they want to even manipulate the viewer into thinking that their reality is the truth. Like even in the show, when like the behind the scenes documentary, the Nancy, speaking of the actor for Nancy, after they read the script, she asks the Duffer Brothers if they're consulting somebody because it doesn't seem scientifically accurate, and they're just like, yeah, we did research. Yeah. And it's like, shut the fuck. Like, they are just like, oh, I hate them. But yeah, this scene didn't make sense at all. It was very weird and weak. I thought they got engaged. No, they didn't. According to the Duffer Brothers, they broke up. It doesn't make sense, right? They must have got rid of it because it made him so unlikable, but to pretend it didn't happen is so gross. It is gross. It's so gross. We remember it. Like, I mean, it seems like some of y'all haven't remember it happening. Like, some of y'all remember it happening as well. So, I mean, it's not just me, because at some point I was like, am I just crazy? But the fact that in an interview people asked the Duffer Brothers and they were like, no, that didn't happen. Yeah, their research is just ChatGPT. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember that one episode of Reality when ChatGPT is just based on actual scientific explanations and, you know, theories. The Gaslighting Brothers. The Slot Brothers. The Gaslighter Brothers. Brother. Okay, next. 56. Max's education defies all logic. Max spent nearly 2 years in a coma requiring extensive... Sorry, my tongue's getting all twisted. Max spent nearly 2 years in a coma, requiring extensive rehabilitation. In reality, she wouldn't have been able to simply graduate like everyone else. She would have been retained in the class she dropped out of and graduated later. The series completely ignores this. Yeah, there's not really much more I can say about this. I mean, even when they have Max wake up, they have her in a wheelchair for a bit, sure, because, you know, she's been in a coma for 2 years. She had like her arms and legs broke. They have her in a wheelchair for a bit when she wakes up, which makes sense. But then after the epilogue, like during the epilogue, when it's like 18 months later, she's just walking and skateboarding like with no problem. She can see fine as well. Like at the end of season 4, we were shown that she died for 2 minutes and she became blind, like her eyes were bleeding, and she was like, Lucas, I can't see, I'm so scared, Lucas, I'm so scared, which was so scary and sad as a viewer. And you know, it almost seemed like it was going to be revealed that 11 has like healing powers or something, because she was like, no, you're not going. And then Max just came back to life, and after coming out of her coma, she can see. But yeah, the Duffers just kind of ignored that Max has been away for 2 years. She would not be able to graduate with her like fellow students like Lucas and Dustin and everyone. She'd have to, I mean, I'm not sure how it works in America, but like, I mean, you'd need to like retake the classes that you missed out on, I assume. You get like held back a grade or two, right? At least that's what I've, you know, heard. Yeah. Bro slept comfortably for 2 years and graduated, man, I'm envious. I mean, I don't know if she was super comfortable. She was just going through like mind palace after mind palace for 2 years. But I mean, she didn't have to do any fucking exams. So honestly, I would have rather done that, go through the mind palace vortex than study fucking GCSEs. Okay. 57. Sorry. Let me... Okay. 57. We were not shown what happened to Murray and Professor Clark. Both characters played an important role in the story and in the lives of the main characters, but in the finale they simply disappear without any mention. 3 seconds in the epilogue does not count. I mean, honestly, like, I mean, sure, I would have liked to see an ending with Murray, even though he was quite an annoying character by the end, and he just would only speak in quips and proverbs and things. But Professor Clark, I was genuinely really interested in as a character. Before the end of Stranger Things, I was like, they were really building it up that Professor Clark was going to have some kind of something to do with the finale. I mean, specifically when Dustin revealed that there is more to do with physics and science with the Upside Down than we first thought. Like the whole reason that the kids figured out how to get to the Upside Down was because of Professor Clark. Like, he explained the acrobat and the flea like theory to explain how to get to another dimension. And, you know, he was just like, he's like the physics teacher, right? And if everything that happens with the Upside Down is to do with wormholes and science and space and physics, I genuinely thought they were going to get Professor Clark involved, because, I mean, they involved Professor Clark more in the ending, but that was just to like bring together like the plan, like as like almost like a background character. It wasn't even really anything important. I think it was to like, they like helped them locate Hopper, and that was about it. But he's the physics teacher. Like, I was fully expecting him to help figure out how to, like, what to do with the wormhole and the planets about to collide and everything, because that's all physics, and he's the teacher. Like, it makes no sense. And, you know, at the end of the season, in the finale, Dustin is like, he's like graduated with honors, right? Because he's Professor Clark's like best student. He's the best student in the year. And we don't see anything from Professor Clark about how proud he is of Dustin. We don't see a moment with Professor Clark and Dustin or anything like that. And that's so disappointing, because I really liked the character of Professor Clark. And Dustin's a great character too, to be honest. Like, sometimes he's really fucking annoying, but I do like his character a lot. Like, in summary. And it would have been really nice to see what happened with Professor Clark at the end. Like, would he persist and research more into the wormhole that was the Upside Down, or the other planet that we discovered? And maybe like he ends up becoming bad because he's like, I want to reignite this research that the Hawkins lab threw away. And I don't know, like, I'm not a writer, but they could have done so much. Like, time after time again, when I think about Stranger Things and how it's ended, I get so sad because there was so much missed potential that could have really, really made a great show, and now it's wasted. It's so sad. There's so much wasted potential. Okay. 58. The scene of Elle jumping from the laboratory into the rift is missing. Lydia! Hello! Hello, Lydia. Welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Did you have a nice stream? We are going through the... Oh, sorry. I'm not good with VTuber intros. I'm sorry. I am Squirty Mimi, your cursed slimy snail girl. I am into movies and all that jazz, and currently I am going through a big ass document that talks about a bunch of plot holes and inconsistencies from Stranger Things. So if you don't want spoilers for the entirety of Stranger Things, then feel free to jump out because I'm talking about a lot of things here. Hello, Gabriel. Hello there. How you doing? Hello, hello. And hello, Lydia, of course. Thank you, Lydia, so much for the raid. If you need to raid and run and go look after yourself, that's totally fine. And yeah, thank you so much again for coming in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we do be yapping. We do be yapping a lot. I'm trying to keep it timed, but it's so hard. It's so difficult. Like I tried working it out that if I talk about each point for about 2 minutes, then we can keep the stream to about 3-4 hours maybe, but I mean I'm not great with time management, so yeah. So 58. The scene of Elle jumping from the laboratory into the rift is missing. We're not shown exactly how 11 crosses the vast distance between the lab and the rift. A scene that should have visually and emotionally underscored the scale of what's happening is simply omitted. The lab and the rift. Wait, what? What is this talking about? Is this talking about when she jumps into the... Is this talking about when she jumps into the mind flayer? Crosses the vast distance between the lab and the rift. Huh? I'm not sure what this means. If someone in chat knows what this means, feel free to say. But I might need to like look this up and edit in my thoughts post-production because I'm not sure what this means. As I mentioned, I want to turn this stream, and we did a part 1 to this stream yesterday. I needed to do a part 2 because it ended up becoming too long and I was just rushing my thoughts, and I realized I needed to do another stream so I could talk more about my thoughts. But I'm going to be turning this into like a highlights video. I'm not sure what this point means, but if I can figure out what it's saying post-production, I will say something about this. Okay, right. Next point. Erica and Professor Clark's escape defies explanation. How did they manage to escape the tower if the military had completely surrounded the area? We're not shown any escape route, no rescue moment, no intervention, nothing, another plot hole. I mean, I think I remember this because I was laughing so hard because this whole time the main gang have been watching the military do their like military things from a very obvious, like almost, I don't know what it is, like a church tower in the middle of town with like, they're not like hidden or anything. They're like looking through the window like, oh yeah, that's the military with like binoculars. They're watching them like, oh, this is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. There's like no military personnel see them in the tower. It's hilarious up until like the finale when Erica and Professor Clark are in the tower and they get caught. But yeah, they get caught, and I guess, arrested. But as I mentioned earlier, anything that the main gang did to the military, they don't face any kind of consequences. Nancy fully shot up a bunch of soldiers, and she didn't get sent to prison or anything. The whole gang exploded, like they blew up the Upside Down, and it cost the military probably billions of dollars worth of research, and they didn't face any consequences due to that. And in this case, 2 characters got captured by the military and probably taken to, like, probably arrested, but nothing happened with it. A plot hole. Another plot hole. The military is here. The military are gone. The Duffer Brothers. Their writing is almost like a magic trick. Except magic tricks usually don't make me want to throw. Anyway, 60. Nancy and Jonathan and the miraculous hardening of cement. As a certain, I'm gonna be real. I just read this part and I was like, Nancy and Jonathan and the miraculous hardening of the cement. At a certain point, the cement simply stops pouring and the room suddenly hardens without any explanation. No technical cause, no intervention, no consequences of this process are shown. What kind of Disney-esque twist is this? Yeah, I remember being confused as well. Like, the cement hardens so much that they, like, drop the ring and it, like, clatters on the hard cement. But to be fair, is it cement? Because, like, to me, it just looked like a bunch of cum. Like, they shoot this, like, thing flying in the sky that's supposed to be, like, cosmic matter that's keeping the wormhole together. They shoot that, and then everything around them just starts melting. We're even shown that we're even shown, like, skeletons stuck in melted, like, the melted walls and melted floor. So this seems like it had happened before. But what is the melted stuff? Because we're shown, like, the doorknobs melt, the doors melt, the walls melt, and it's all just, like, the same white goo. Like, what is it? It probably was cum. Maybe that's what the Duffer Brothers were doing for 80% of their time the past 3 years when they should have been writing season 5. They were just joking it. They were just full on joking it, bro. They were like, you know, we have all this time, let's just, you know. But, you know, it was weird. Yeah, he throws the ring and it's like, Nancy, we're miraculously okay somehow. Yeah. I mean, like the writer says, it's like a Disney-esque save. Like, oh, we're just saved, yay. Okay. 61. Oh, there's a whole section down here. 61. Contradiction with the destruction of matter and the absence of consequences. Dustin had previously stated outright that if they destroyed the matter between worlds, it would be the end for everyone. Everyone would die. Another consequence that doesn't happen. However, in the finale, this matter is somehow destroyed, and we're not even shown the process. We're not even shown the process, and as a result, everything turns out fine and wonderful for the heroes and Hawkins as a whole. The series offers no catastrophic consequences, nor any explanation for why the previously stated rule no longer applies. Ultimately, the key warning becomes empty words, and the ending loses the sense of the real cost of victory. There are no consequences simply because #Disney, #friendship. Yeah, like, I feel like we saw Dustin screaming at the top of his lungs, like this is the most important thing that is happening in the series. He was screaming like, guys, please, if you shoot it, we will die, everyone will die, it's the end for everyone. And then they shoot it, and no one dies. The surroundings just become like gooey cum cement. It's like they made it seem like something terrible was gonna happen, but they didn't. Like whenever something bad happens in the season 5 finale, it feels like, you know, in SpongeBob where like they go on that little roller coaster and it's like the little whoa. Or like, you know, it's or like, you again, like, you know, the gif at the bottom left hand of the screen where the guy's like really like excited opening the fridge for some yummy food and then there's nothing interesting in there. That's how I felt watching a lot of this. Like they make it seem like, oh, something really cool is gonna happen, and then it's just nothing. Okay. 62. Nancy's, oh, let me go here. Nancy's 62. Nancy's arc is losing its logic. Throughout the seasons, Nancy was consistently portrayed as someone who knew exactly what she wanted: to be independent, strong, to fulfill herself as a journalist, and to be independent. It was one of the most consistent and clearly written character arcs. However, in a scene with Jonathan, she suddenly declares that she doesn't know what she wants, which completely contradicts her previous development. In the epilogue, Nancy drops out of the university she dreamed of and was working toward, and takes an unclear job with no clear future. Ultimately, her path doesn't feel like a conscious choice or a dramatic turn, but rather like a sharp reversal, unsupported by events or any internal character transformation. Nothing. This whole time we've been shown, that Nancy, she fucking hates the guys at the Hawkins Post. She's very much like a feminist. Like she can't stand being told, especially by a man, what to do. She's very independent. She, went out of her way after the interactions with the Demogorgons in season 1 to learn how to use guns properly. She's a independent woman. She's a strong, independent white woman, and we love that for her. But at the end, she's just like, oh yeah, no, I dropped out of uni. I just took this random job in an editor's office. I can't remember what the job is. She says she's like in a random journalist's office, and it makes no sense because she's like a very determined person. Like maybe if there was some reason why her character arc took such a strong reversal, like, oh yeah, after everything that happened, I just realized I needed to take a different turn in life, or maybe she was depressed and that's why she wasn't following her true dreams anymore. But no, I'm just a different kind of person now. There's like no clear character transformation as to why she'd do that. There's no real reason why she would transform like that as a character. Okay, whew. Next. Oh, this is a funny point. Okay. 63. Why is Derek, a child, suddenly stronger than Vecna? It's completely unclear how Derek ends up being physically and factually stronger than Vecna. I thought they were making a fat joke, not gonna lie. He simply drags Holly into the cave without any consequences. This directly contradicts how Vecna's power was previously presented. As a result, it feels like the rules of power and the antagonist hierarchy are changing from scene to scene purely for the sake of plot convenience. We remember that in episode 4, Vecna killed a bunch of military personnel, armed, yes, in one go. Yeah, I was actually gonna point this out. Like, someone made after the finale came out and everyone realized how dogshit everything is, someone made an edit of Derek pulling Holly into the cave, and Vecna's trying to pull Holly out of the cave with his long vine arms, and he's struggling, but Derek just like a fat child just manages to be strong enough to pull Holly to overcome this very powerful man, adult man, and overpowers him. Even though we're shown in a previous episode I believe it's what the sorcerer, the one where it's revealed that Will has powers, that he kills a bunch of military, like a bunch of armed military soldiers just so easy. Like he just puts his hands up like 11 and just fucking like he just like kills a bunch of people like so easy. But not Derek. And this is in his mind. Furthermore, this is in his mind. Like Derek is dragging Holly into a cave in Vecna's mind. Like Holly and Derek are inside of Vecna's mind right now, so he should be able to just stop them with no real like like there's no real power of I feel like I'm getting so like irritated that I'm finding it hard to explain what I'm trying to say. Vecna's power has been previously presented as being so strong, but there's so many inconsistencies in how he is and his powers that it doesn't make sense for this to be a thing. Like it's been shown that he can teleport in his mind, like in his mind prison, whatever it is that he's keeping all these kids in, which by the way is creepy as fuck. But when he's trying to drag a character, it's not possible. I don't know. It's stupid. It's so stupid. Okay. Right. 64. Why did Henry give Holly her favourite song if it could potentially save her? Yeah, so we're told by Max, when Max is found in Vecna's mind palace, that it turns out you don't need a favourite song. Like, you know how Kate Bush running up that hill became like a big song because of that one scene with Max. Like, it's her favourite song. It saved her from Vecna's mind palace because they realised that music reaches certain parts of the mind that other things usually can't. And the song offered like a portal to the real world from Vecna's mind palace, and it saved her. But Max told us that you don't actually need a favourite song, you just need like a happy memory to hold on to, which makes that whole thing seem very pointless. And when Vecna or Henry first brings Holly into his mind mansion, mind palace, whatever you want to call it, he shows her like a bunch of cool like little treats and tricks and things that she can keep, and he's like, oh, here's like a little boombox with your favorite song on it, but if that's gonna help her come back, like Max said, you don't need it, but I mean, if she has a favorite song and she has it with her, then why would Henry give it to her? Why would he give her this? Why would he give her this? Yeah, the power balance is way out of whack. The power balance is just however the plot needs it, basically. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. 65. The poster of Eddie that his uncle put up after he went missing says he's 17, but he's 20. Okay, not much I can really say about that. I mean, to be honest, the whole Eddie shouldn't have existed, to be honest. Like, I mean, after Eddie got introduced and then died, I was just like, I'm so sick of this show just introducing characters and then killing them off in the same season that they're introduced in. Like, I think Eddie was all right. He was an all right character, but like, he didn't need to exist. And the fact that he got killed by a bunch of Demobat bites, but then like fucking Karen Wheeler, Mike's mum, gets savagely slashed across her throat and chest by a Demogorgon and survives, makes no sense. It makes no goddamn sense. But yeah, this isn't really something I can talk that much about, other than just, I don't think Eddie should have existed in general. Or at least, if he did, if they kept him around, that would have been nice, rather than just killing him off. But then they said in the end they don't want to kill people off, and it's like, oh my god, stop introducing new characters then. Eddie deserved better than the one season curse. He did, to be honest. Like, I did like the character of Eddie. I thought he was all right. I think he at least deserved more attention than just one season. Okay. Next. Oh, this is a... Okay, never mind. This is a bigger one. Okay. Again, apologies if the chat is covering things a little. I can scroll through it like this. Also, I'm going to have a drink real quick. Like, I get it if you're going to introduce a character in a show and then kill them off soon, but like, Eddie had like a big part to play in season 4. Like, it makes sense. It doesn't really make sense for him to die so soon, or like why they'd want to kill him off so soon. Like, it's like how they had Bob the Brain, or like Joyce's boyfriend Bob. He really helped in season 2. Like he put together the pieces of Will's map, the drawings of the roots all over the walls, which, by the way, I don't know how the fuck they put those pictures together. How did they know which part connected to which other drawing? I don't even know. And then he knew how to code BASIC, so he knew how to hack into the mainframe and mess with the gates and the door locking systems and sprinkler systems, whatever. Like he had a big part to play, and it doesn't make sense why they... Like, if you're going to kill off a character, at least give them a bit more time to be on screen, because otherwise it just doesn't present much. I mean, obviously, I was sad when Bob got killed, but like, it doesn't... It's not really like presenting much emotional depth in terms... Like, it's like how they didn't want to kill off any major characters in season 5, but then they brought back Callie and killed her off, and it's like you think she's a major character that we care about dying. She's probably had about like 10 minutes of runtime in the whole show. Sorry, I'm supposed to be going on to the next point. Oh god, Mimi and her tangents. Am I right? Okay. 66. Inconsistency with Henry's childhood. School, laboratory, and lack of control by authorities. It's completely unclear how Henry could have attended a regular school if, according to canon, he spent almost his entire childhood in the lab and essentially grew up there. If his mother and sister are dead and his father is in prison, the authorities would inevitably have questions about where the child lives, who is responsible for him, and on what basis he is isolated from the outside world. In such a situation, he should at least have ended up in an orphanage or under official guardianship. But instead, he remains in the lab. This point is never addressed or explained in the series. This is in the production of The First Shadow, but I remind you that we should understand everything from the series. This is a standalone piece of content. So if you don't know what The First Shadow is, one of the stand-in writers for one or like a few episodes of Stranger Things, higher ranking Stranger Things episodes, mind you. Like, I don't know why the Duffer Brothers just didn't bring her in, but she wrote a theatrical play that follows the life of Henry Creel, aka Vecna, called The First Shadow, and it basically follows him and his upbringing, why he is who he is, like why he struggles between the light and the dark, his motivations as a character, why he became Vecna, all that stuff. I mean, obviously I haven't watched it, so if it doesn't say how he became, like why he became Vecna, then I apologize. That's just my understanding of it from what I've been told. But yeah, there's a lot of inconsistencies that are shown with how he grew up. Like, we're shown that he grew up in the lab, but he also grew up, he attended school, like, with Hopper and Joyce, and that doesn't make sense. Because, you know, it's like you can't have your cake and eat it too, but the Duffer Brothers just like having lots of cakes, I guess. And the Duffer Brothers have said that The First Shadow is a standalone piece of content, and that everything that we should have, everything in the Netflix series should we should have everything within the Netflix series to explain what the story is. Like, we don't need to have watched this theatrical production to understand the story of Henry or the story of Stranger Things, but there's inconsistencies throughout this that don't align with what they're saying. Anyway. 67. Okay, another long one. We're getting quite long ones now. Eesh, that's what she said. Whoa. Bazinga, bazinga. 67. Vecna knew about the company's plan but did nothing. According to the show's logic, Vecna had access to Elle's mind and knew about her plan, that they were coming for him, that they had a bomb, and that a direct attack was being prepared. Yet he did nothing. The Duffers later claimed that Vecna simply didn't expect the attack. This explanation directly contradicts Vecna's knowledge of what was happening as depicted in the series. Ultimately, either his abilities and control over the situation were greatly overestimated earlier, or the ending once again relies not on the internal logic of the world, but on the external commentary of the writers who forced to close portholes after the fact. So with this, we're shown that Vecna knows what they're doing. Like, he goes into Elle's mind at some points. He even goes into Will's mind. So he knows what they're thinking. He should realistically know what they've been planning. He knew that they were coming for him, and he was, he wasn't worried at all. He was just like, yep, yep. And when the gang, when the gang portal traveled to Dimension X / the other planet, I don't know how, I don't know. There's so many names for things in this show, it's so confusing. When they travel through the portal to the other planet where the Mind Flayer apparently is originated from, I guess not the Demogorgons or Demobats or whatever, because there was nothing there. Other than the Mind Flayer. Because according to one of the Duffer brothers, the cool thing is the big monster. Yeah, they like jump inside. They're fighting the Mind Flayer, right, with like flares and guns and basically like fighting. It's like David and Goliath, except this shouldn't have worked. And 11 just jumps into the Mind Flayer, and then the other people get in there somehow. I can't remember how they get in there, but they're inside of the Mind Flayer's body where Vecna is, and Vecna just didn't expect them to be there. And they start fighting for a shorter amount of time than Will's coming out scene, and then they just kill him, and apparently he wasn't expecting it. But we've been shown that Vecna is like, he uses like telekinesis to like read his victims' minds, to know their weaknesses, to know their deepest traumas. You're telling me he doesn't know about their plans? Stranger Things, the show that just constantly has plans all the time. Like, they're doing plan after plan after plan. You're telling me the mind-reading villain doesn't know that they're coming for him? Okay. Sure, Duffer Brothers, sure. Whew. 68. Oh, we're nearly at 69, Sluggies. We're nearly at 69. Okay. Again, a little bit of a spelling error, but this was originally Russian, so it's been translated into English since, and it makes sense if there's going to be like a spelling mistake here and there, but it doesn't matter. 68. Henry Creel existed in a vacuum for all the adult characters. Throughout the series, we've been repeatedly given visual and narrative hints about Henry in Season 4. Karen's poster depicted the Creel house, and theories were circulated about a possible connection between the Wheeler family and his past. Meanwhile, in the series itself, none of the adult characters connect anything to Henry, even though they logically should. Joyce, Hopper, and Bob investigated the animal deaths in Hawkins and concluded that Henry's father was behind it. Henry was their classmate and acted in Joyce's school play. He wasn't an abstract figure, but a specific boy from their past. Yet when the name Henry Creel is mentioned in season 4, it doesn't evoke any reaction or gain any insight. It feels like Henry's past has been deliberately kept out of the character's memories so as to not to complicate the plot. Although according to the logic of the world, it was the adults who should have been the first to tie these events together. Yeah, another instance of the writers just not wanting to talk about Henry's past or develop him further, like his character motivations, his character development, his motivations, any of that stuff. They just seem like they just did not give a shit, and it really should have. You know, the characters within the universe should have put 2 and 2 together as well, because when we're walking through the memories, we can see that Joyce and Hopper and everyone is in the same school as Henry Creel, and it doesn't make sense why they wouldn't talk about, oh yeah, that's a kid we grew up with or anything. But we talked about that in the last stream. They don't make any kind of connections about anything. This here talks about there's apparently a poster in apparently Karen Wheeler has a poster depicting the Creel house. I don't remember that at all, but apparently I mean that exists, and that caused circulation about possible connection between the Wheelers family and the Creel past. They kind of rhyme, actually. Creel wheel. Like there's so much here that seems like it was being like built up. It seems like there was so much stuff being built up to like have a reveal, like, oh, the adults actually knew about Henry and his existence, but they didn't do anything about it. Like, I don't know. So much missed potential. Yeah, they complicated a simple villain at the start. They gave him so much like character development that I don't know how to say. Like, it seems like it's fine. Like, I'm not saying you can't give like a character like backstory, but like they gave him backstory in this theatrical play that's connected to Stranger Things, and they have like part of it in the show, but then they don't have the whole thing in the show, and they involve some of the main characters like Joyce, Hopper, and such, and then they just are like, oh yeah, no, they don't know each other. Like, what? Okay. Whew, okay, 69, let's go. We're in 69, let's go, Sluggies. Clap, 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 clap. 60 frickin' 9. I feel like they wanted to give him depth, but couldn't be bothered to giving it a satisfying end. Yeah, like there was all this stuff about Henry and his past and his character development, and it was ultimately leading up to like a big reveal. But because it was just the Duffer Brothers and not one of the Duffer Brothers' ex-wife that was ghostwriting it, it seemed like they just were like, oh yeah, we don't know what she was writing. We're just not gonna bother with any of that. Yeah, 69, Bazinga, let's go. 69, Holly's exit from Henry's memory. It remains unclear how exactly Holly was able to escape Henry's memory if, according to canon, Henry knocks her out. Yeah, I can't remember when he knocks her out, but yeah, Max just leaves after Max and Holly have their little podcast, Stranger Things podcast, where they talk for like a good 10 minutes or so, and I'm like, run, bitch, run, get the fuck out of there. Why you just stuck there talking? Max leaves, and then it's not exactly clear how Holly escapes Henry's memory. Like, I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. I'm getting angry. Okay. The next point. Oh god, I'm gonna get angry again. I'm gonna get angry again. I'm gonna get angry again. Literally, that annoyed me so much. Oh god. Why am I doing this to us, Sluggies? This is just annoying. This is so annoying. Like, yeah, like Henry knocks her out, so she shouldn't be able to escape his, like, she shouldn't be able to escape, right? Because she's like unconscious. So like, even if she did escape, she'd still be like in her unconscious body. Anyway. 70. The disappearance of Argyle and Dr. Owens. It's completely unclear where Argyle and Dr. Owens ultimately disappeared to. Both characters played important roles in the plot. Argyle was part of the core group, I don't know about that, and supported the heroes at critical moments, while Owens was a key figure linking to the government, the lab, and Elle. However, their fates are simply not addressed in the finale. No farewell scenes, no mentions, not even a brief explanation, or even a single line. These characters were simply written out of the story without their arcs being fully fleshed out. I'm gonna be real, I kind of hated the character of Argyle. He was so fucking annoying. Like, just him being like, ooh, I'm such a stoner, I'm so goofy, and I'm the comedic relief character, ha ha ha. Like, I hated the character of Argyle, so I'm glad he didn't come back. But it was weird that they just introduced him and then we never saw him again. It's the same thing with Dustin and Susie. Like, Susie helped out a bunch in like 2 separate seasons, and then they just never brought her back again for the finale, or we don't know what happened with her and Dustin's relationship. But with Dr. Owens, he has been there since the start, and like, I mean, yeah, I definitely wouldn't say Argyle was a part of the core group. I'd say that he had like the same kind of importance as like Eddie, for example. But like in the show, Dr. Owens had been there since the start. He's been there for years, helping Eleven. He's the one who got the adoption certificate for Hoppus to, you know, he's officially Eleven's father. He adopted her. He helped keep things quiet, and he helped out at critical times, and we never saw anything about him in the final season. We don't know what his fate was. We don't know what happened with him. Nothing. I don't even remember them. You don't remember Argyle? Yeah, no, seriously, I mean, he's not a very good character to remember, so honestly, you're lucky. But in season 4, they have this new friend called Argyle, and him and Jonathan always smoke weed together. It's a really dumb plot point. And basically the only reason that Argyle, like, I fucking sussed this out from the start. Argyle drives like a van, right? Because he works at like a pizza joint. He works at a pizza delivery place called Surfer Boys Pizza. And I fucking called this from like the first episode that the only reason Argyle exists is just for transportation reasons, and that's basically the only reason he existed. And to have access to lots of salt, I guess, because he worked in a pizzeria. He was about his... you know, they could have just replaced Argyle with Freddy Fazbear with a fucking driver's license, and it would have been the same thing. or come on, Eleven, let's go get the salt you need for your suspension bath, or whatever the fuck. I looked him up and I still don't remember Argyle. Really? Damn. I mean, to be fair, he was only in 1 season, and he was a very not fun character. Like, he was so annoying. So maybe your memory, like, not to gaslight you like the Duffer Brothers have been, but like maybe you just like cancelled out any memories of Argyle because he was so cringe. I don't know. Anyway, 71. 71, inconsistency with water in... I assume that's supposed to sit upside down. Again, this is translated, so some words might not, you know. Okay. 7.1, inconsistency with water in the upside down. According to the established rules of the world, there are no liquids in the upside down. The pool in Steve's house is empty, and Lover's Lake is also empty. This was shown in previous seasons. However, in the finale, water suddenly appears in the lab in the upside down version, even though it's an unused space and no one could physically pour it out there. Yeah, not really much else for me to say there. Yeah, when Barb gets dragged into the swimming pool, there's no water in it. When in season 2 they go to Lover's Lake to look for Hopper, there's no water there as well. Yeah, very inconsistent. I got bluffer brothered. Suppressed your memories because things just got so bad. Okay, 72. The futility of waiting for the military and their very plan to penetrate the inside out. Penetrate, sorry. Throughout the episode, we see the heroes waiting for the military to begin entering the upside down. Throughout the episode, we see the heroes waiting for the military to begin entering the upside down, making complex plans. Oh God, the plans. The fucking plans. Even from the start of season 5, I didn't even understand what their plan was. And we even get half an episode dedicated to the scene of penetration through the portal, where hundreds of military personnel are present. However, it later turns out that Elle could have simply lifted the slab from the fault line herself to enter the upside down. This raises a logical question: why all this waiting, complex coordination, and risk if the key action could have been accomplished immediately? This devalues the screen time spent on its preparation. Events unfold not according to the logic of the world, but for the sake of dragging out the running time. I don't know what it means by lifting the slab. Is this like a translation mistake? I'm not sure what this means. I might need to look into this again behind the scenes. I might need to look into this post because I'm not sure exactly what this means. It later turns out that Elle could have simply lifted the slab from the fault line herself to enter the upside down. Yeah, I'm not sure what this means, Sluggies. Do you know what this is talking about? But God, the plans. Yeah, I might just need to like look into this post-production like after the stream when I'm making the video, because I'm not sure what this means. It's okay, I'll figure it out. Okay. 73. Contradiction with the danger of the upside down. No, it's okay, Casca, don't worry. Calm yourself, Petal. It's okay. It's all right. I'll look it up later. It's all good. 73. Contradiction with the danger of the upside down. In the first season, the military, as well as Hopper and Joyce, entered the upside down only in hazmat suits. Yeah, I mean, I already know where this is going because we've talked about this. Normal air couldn't be breathed, the fumes were dangerous, and simply being in the upside down was detrimental to health. The upside down environment is hostile to humans. However, in seasons 4 and 5, the characters run freely through the upside down without any protection, as if there's nothing dangerous down there. Furthermore, in season 5, when Vicky asks if the fumes are dangerous, Robin replies, "I don't know." The series once again devalues the previously established rules of the world and turns the upside down from a deadly space into a mere backdrop for the action. Yeah, I mean, this is also why I couldn't fully get scared when I was watching Markiplier's movie, because I understand if you've got to know the law of the world of Iron Lung to fully understand like the scientific principles of the world, but like if I don't understand the rules of the world, that you're building in a show or a movie, then, and you're not following it, then I'm not really going to be scared. I mean, like, if you don't bring them at all, then if you don't bring it up at all, then I'm not going to be scared, really. That's like the real reason I wasn't scared. But yeah, I remember when I watched the first season, and the Upside Down was so scary. Like, I remember that one scene where Jonathan and Nancy get lost in the woods, and Nancy finds her way into that like portal in the tree, and Nancy stumbles across like a demogorgon eating a deer, and that whole scene, like the tension felt pretty decent. It wasn't like super scary, but like it felt like actually like frightening. Like there's all these like I don't know what you'd call it, like the particles everywhere. There's like the demogorgon, the vines, the slime. Everything seems hostile and dangerous. Like, it's literally like another world. It should be dangerous. That only makes sense because it's not an environment that as a human we are used to. But then they just make it out like, oh yeah, it's whatever. Like, it really seems like by the end of this show, they wanted to keep things accessible for like a younger audience. I mean, that's also why I feel like they're gonna make a spin-off series with those 12 kids that they randomly assigned, I don't know, Vecna's 12 kids of power. I don't know. It's like if, like, I was gonna say Theodore. This is not Alvin and the Chipmunks. It's like if what's the guy with the purple skin and the power stones? Fuck. I'm gonna call him Theodore because I don't remember his name. It's like if Theodore had 12 power stones, but we don't know what those power stones do, and we don't know why he's dangerous, or like it really did originally feel truly alien. Not Theodore, I mean. The Upside Down truly did feel like dangerous at the start, but then by the end they're just like, oh, it's just, you know, it's just a backdrop for us to walk through while we do our silly things. And you know, it's also like how when they find Will in season 1 and they have like, he's like pale and dying and he has like a big like slug down his throat that they have to rip out and they have to give him CPR. It's like so gory and visceral. But then in season 5, they almost like dumb down the gore for like a baby audience, and they pull out the like little dry slug out of the kid's mouth, and then they just burp out a bunch of particles into the air, and then, oh, I'm fine. No CPR needed. I'm Gucci, homie. No need. Why'd he need all the kids anyway? Did their psychic ability enhance his, or we don't know. There was no reason. I talked about this in the last stream, but there was no actual reason why he needed those kids. So like for genuinely most of season 5, I was so creeped out by Vecna, and not for a good way. Not in a good way. I mean, like, because he's the villain, of course, he's the horror villain, right? It makes sense I'm going to be creeped out by him. But I wasn't creeped out by him because, oh, he's a horror character. He's a monster. He's so scary. I was creeped out by him because he was just, you know, babysitting a bunch of kids and staring at them and smiling at them, like in his little creepy mind mansion this whole time, like... It was weird. It was very weird. So I was creeped out by him because he was acting like a fucking nonce for like the whole time. Didn't like it. Sorry, I know I'm talking about Henry now, but yeah, the established rules of like the particles that they breathe in the Upside Down is like, oh, this is dangerous, don't breathe this in. Even like Hopper gets dragged into the Upside Down, and he's only down there for like what, maybe like an hour or two, maybe like probably like less than a few hours, and he like is already struggling to breathe from the particles. Can't imagine how like Will is doing when he's been there for like a month, 2 months, God knows. And yeah, he's not doing well. And we've been shown that when they go into the Upside Down in like season 2, I can't remember for season 3, but they like Steve, when he's like babysitting the kids, and that's not even like a creepy babysitting, that's him being like, I'm gonna protect the kids. I hate that you guys want to go and get involved with that action, but I guess I have to come with you and fucking protect you, I guess. Like, he actually has a reason to babysit the kids. Vecna had no reason to babysit the 12 random children. But like when they go into the Upside Down, they have like quickly made together like face masks, like made from like t-shirts and glasses, like goggles and stuff. Like, they presented it as something dangerous, and then it completely just went away in the last 2 seasons. Okay, 74. Will's coming out to the crowd made no plot sense. Oh god, here we go. I'm gonna get mad at this. I mean, I've already said some things about this, but yeah, 74. Will's coming out to the crowd made no plot sense. The scene is presented as an important step and an action that supposedly should help Will confront Vecna. However, in reality, it has no consequences. The scene has no impact on either the conflict or the outcome of events. Sorry, my monitors are about to turn off. I need to... Okay. At the same time, it would have been more logical and powerful from a character perspective to come out to the people who truly mattered to Will and are directly connected to his inner struggle. His mother, his brother, and Mike. The people from the videotape in his memories. Such a coming out... the people from the videotape in his memories. Such a coming out would have been both emotionally justified and narratively connected to his arc, unlike a public gesture that ultimately remained empty. I have so much to say about this. I have so much to say about this because this was so fucking... This made me so angry. So Will came out to basically like everyone. He didn't just come out to like 1 or 2 characters that matter solely to him, like his mum or his brother or Will or Mike. He came out to everyone. He came out to Erica. He came out to Hopper. He came out to Mr. Clark. He came out to Professor Clark, to Murray, to everyone, and that made no fucking sense at all. Like, it was so bad. Like, I don't understand why they struggled so much writing this coming out scene either, because we already had such a great coming out scene from Robin in season 3. Robin is another character who is gay. I mean, they never outrightly say she's gay, or I mean, even Will never outrightly says he's gay. He just says, I don't like girls. And Robin just says that she was looking at a girl, and then Steve is just like, oh. But Will coming out to the whole crowd like this makes no sense. It's not realistic at all. Like, he wants to come out to everyone because they're all going to fight the Mind Flayer, right? I mean, actually, that's not even true. Professor Clark, Murray, Erica, Hopper, they don't go into the Dimension X to fight the Mind Flayer, so he doesn't need to come out to them. But the reason why he finally comes out, like, there's been so many hints that Will is gay, right? But he finally comes out in the final season, and his coming out scene is, if I'm remembering correctly, 6 minutes and 51 seconds, and overall it is a longer scene than the final fight between Eleven and Vecna. What the fuck? But we've been shown previously that, like, you know, someone can come out and like they I mean, I say they, like, the Duffer Brothers probably didn't write Robin's coming out scene, let's be real. But in season 3, the whole time Steve and Robin were getting closer and closer together because they worked in the same store. They have really good chemistry together, and Steve realized he really likes her. And then when he is confessing to her while they're throwing up in the toilet after they were drugged, she comes out to him that she likes girls, and they have this really sweet moment where Steve just treats her as he always does. Like, he's like, why would you like her? She's such a putz. Like, she's like, her singing voice is terrible. She sounds like Miss Piggy. Like, she sounds like a Muppet. And they just start laughing together, and it's so fucking sweet. Like, Steve treats her like a human being, and it's so nice. And it feels like so natural because they are good friends, and it's just one-on-one. It's not one against fucking 15, or I don't even know how many people Will comes out to, but Will comes out to like everyone that's been involved in the story in season 5, and it makes no sense. Like, everyone just kind of stares at him, and it's like, oh man, it's so awkward. Like, brother, the world, like, furthermore, why did Will have to come out at this point? Like, brother, the world is ending. It's like, I literally got, where is it? Where's the Will picture? This one? Yeah. I just like put this together. Like, why did he have to come out right before they go fight the Mind Flayer? Like, brother, this isn't the time. The world is about to end. Literally, another planet is about to crash into the Earth, and everyone is gonna die. Now is not the time to talk about this. Like, a coming out scene was needed, sure, but not now. Not now. I feel like they didn't need this scene at all, to be honest, because they showed that Will accepted himself for, you know, who he is. Like, he talked to Rob, like, when he discovered that Robin and Vicky were dating, he asked her how she did it, like, how she came out, and how she was able to do what she does. And she just tells him that she realized that she just needed to love herself before she could love someone else. Like they say in RuPaul's Drag Race, if you can't love yourself, how the hell are you gonna love somebody else? Can I get an amen? Amen. And he has a moment in the Sorcerer episode where everyone around him is about to die. A bunch of military have just been killed by Vecna. And he closes his eyes and he thinks about his life. And this is what it talks about when it says the people from the videotape in his memories. In his mind, we see him recollecting very valuable memories in his life. So his mum, like, caring about his artwork, like putting his rainbow ship drawing up in Melvold's, Mike being his first real friend when they met on the swings, things like that. And that was ultimately what caused him to unlock his inner powers and like accepting realizing that he has people that love him in his life. That was almost even though he is who he is, like, even though he is different, he has people who love him in his life. And that was almost in itself a better coming out sequence than, like, he did, like, that wasn't really him coming out, I guess, because it was just to himself, but that was a better coming out scene than the actual coming out scene. It was... This public gesture made no sense for his character as well, because Will's quite timid. Like, he doesn't seem like someone that would want to talk about such a personal matter so publicly, you know? There's bigger fish to fry at this time. I mean, not even just that, like, even if he just had a quick talk with his brother or his mother or his sister or his friends, I mean, his mother or his brother or Mike, before they went out to fight. That would have been something. Why did he have to talk to everyone? It felt so disingenuous. The character deserved a better coming out reveal. Yeah, he really did. Like, Robin had a better coming out scene, and we've only been following her for since season 3. So season 3, season 4, season 5. We've been following Will since the very start. The first episode of Stranger Things is called The Disappearance of Will Byers. This whole thing started because of Will, and they couldn't just do this character justice and give him a proper coming out scene. I initially assumed it was just going to be him and his mum for some reassurance, and then everyone sat down and stared at him. Oh my god, it was so uncomfortable. I was like, I feel like I don't cringe that much, but like I cringed so hard during this scene because everyone was just sat down in front of him while he was talking about how he doesn't like girls and just staring at him. And then obviously, like, after he finished talking, like, Jonathan came over, I think his mom came over, his friends came over and hugged him. And, you know, like, he hugged Max because she couldn't stand up. I think he hugged 11, but, like, it wasn't... I'm laughing because it hurts. It was so cringe to just see like him coming out and Murray and Professor Clark and Erica staring back, and I'm like, oh my god, I would have disappeared to the floor. This is so cringe. Like, these are people that do not give a shit about Will. These are people that, like, Will hasn't even Will did not, like, at least to my memory, Will did not have any interactions at all with Murray or Professor Clark or Erica this whole fucking shot, and he's just coming out in front of them, and it's like, oh my god, I'm cringing so hard. This could have been such a nice moment, and they fucking ruined it. Kim, there's people that are dying. Bruh. Oh my god, the biggest bruh. It's more like a blah. Okay, I've talked about this for 10 minutes now, so I need to move on. But listen, it's like the whole end of 11's arc point earlier. I feel like this was a really important thing that I needed to touch on. Like, not something I can simply just gloss over and talk about really quick, because this is something that's been a long time coming, and Will is, like, basically the main character of the show. He's, like, the one that was named after in the first episode. The first episode is titled after him. The whole first season is about, like, looking for Will, and even the second season, he has his whole, like seizures because the mind flare is getting to him. And this all starts with Will, and the fact that they couldn't just give him a good coming out scene is upsetting. Okay, like, the Duffer Brothers just can't write gay people, they can't write depressed people who with trauma. They just can't write. It's so sad they didn't even just fumble the side characters, they fumbled the main cast too. Yeah, like, if they just fumbled the side characters, it would have been, you know, sort of okay. But the fact that they, like, messed up, you know, everything to do with the main characters just sucks. It sucks. I feel like this stream is, I don't know about y'all, but this stream is kind of helping me, like, process my anger with this, and I feel like at least this will help. This is helping me move on a little bit, like getting out my frustrations about this situation, because I feel like after this stream I never want to do anything Stranger Things related ever again. I literally have a Stranger Things onesie that I've been wearing because it's winter and I want to be warm. I've been wearing it all the time, and I have Stranger Things underwear. But when I look at it and when I look at my onesie, I'm just like, oh, I can't look at this the same anymore. My Stranger Things underwear is so cute. It's got like demogorgons and flowers all over it, and same for my onesie. It's like the same material and pattern, and it looks so cute, and my ass looks so nice in it. But now when I look at my ass in the Stranger Things underwear in the mirror, I'm just like, I can't love this show anymore. I just can't. I have to tear myself apart from it. Get that X on the foot. Do you guys think they're gonna like bring back the cast for like an actual secret finale? They're like, oh no, yeah, we actually did have a secret finale. It was the plan the whole time. Mm-hmm. It's kind of cathartic. I saw a Demogorgon onesie that was really cute, and then I watched the series. Yeah, don't. I mean, you know, if you want to buy stuff, go for it. But as someone who has bought Stranger Things underwear, Stranger Things onesie, and whenever I see it now, I just feel sad. Like, I just can't even believe that they didn't want to include like Demogorgons in the final fight with the Mind Flayer because they said that they had demo fatigue. Like in the documentary where they talk about the behind the scenes things with the season 5 and the finale, they said that they had demo fatigue, and they were like, oh, everyone's probably just sick of the Demogorgons, Demobats, Demodogs. And I'm like, no, we love them. Who is sick of them but you? Like, I don't know about y'all, but I love the Demogorgons. Like, their design is so cool. Like, they look like terrifying flower creatures, and I love that. And now when I look at the terrifying flower creatures in my onesie, I just feel sad. Demo fatigue. Yeah, no, genuinely, they call it that. They call it that in the documentary. They said, like, oh yeah, we're feeling demo fatigue. When a show in the 90s has a better coming out scene, a show that is often not the best with other serious topics, you know there are issues. What show do you mean? I don't know why, but I was just thinking of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when like another Will, oh my god. That's so funny. I wasn't even meaning this Will. I was meaning Will Smith from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He like has this really tender moment with his uncle about how he's angry and upset that his dad left him when he was a kid, and that was so nice. And that was done so well, and that show is like so old now, but like now, like I know that's not a coming out scene, but I'm not sure what show you mean. Buffy. Oh, I see. Excuse me. I've only watched one episode of Buffy. I mean, isn't the first episode like a 2-parter? I can't remember, but I've only watched like the first episode. I would like to watch more now that I think about it, because it does seem like a cool show. God, that was so bittersweet. I was like legit like I watched The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air when I was like in my early teens, and I fucking love that show. Like, I've been rewatching it again recently, and it's still so fucking good. Like, obviously there's some jokes that are like a bit cringe and ancient, but like, you know, it holds up for the most part. And again, I know it's not a coming out scene, but like Will Smith, not Will Will Byers. I'm confusing myself now, because they call him the actor's called Will, and then in the show he's called Will as well. So I'm like for Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, I mean, I don't know, like I haven't seen like a old show that has like a coming out scene, at least to my knowledge. Maybe I have, but I'm a bit tired at this minute. I'm like the Duffers. I'm like, I'm just coming off having the flu. Give me a break. No, but I can't off the top of my head remember like an effective scene from an older show where a character comes out. So it is hard for me to compare this with an actual show from like the 80s, 90s. especially in a time when like a lot of people didn't accept like these sorts of things, like people being gay, like the LGBTQIA plus community. Like we've come further since then, but in the way that this has been written, it almost seems like we haven't. Buffy's a great show, but it was written in the 90s and it can feel like it from time to time. Also, season 1 is a bit rough. I see. I'll keep that in mind. When he said, "How come he don't want me, man?" Oh no! I thought you were talking about Will, as in Stranger Things. I thought you were talking about Will, talking about Mike. Because Will seemingly liked Mike. I thought you were talking about Will saying, "How come he don't want me, man?" about Mike. But yeah, when Will's talking to his Uncle Phil in the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and he's like getting really angry and oh god, I feel like I'm gonna cry. When Will's talking to his Uncle Phil about how he's angry and upset about his dad like leaving, and he's like, "How come you don't want me, man?" And you can see like his anger dissipate from anger to pure upset, and Uncle Phil just grabs him and they have a big hug. I'm like, oh my god, that's so fucking, oh man. No, well, I did not mean Will, but not that Will. Yeah, sorry, I'm confusing us now because I'm talking about a Will from a different show. Yeah. I know it again, it's not a coming out scene, but like it's the only scene I can think of off the top of my head that was done way better emotionally than like a modern show. And you know, you'd think that like writing would only like develop further as time goes on. I mean, obviously like there's gonna be so many movies and things that come and go, and there's so many gems from our movies and TV shows in the past that have been made that like might never get like surpassed, because sometimes like some things have been made that are just amazing and won't be surpassed. I don't know. I can't see the future. Like Vecna. I can't read people's minds. I can't see the future apparently. Like Vecna apparently. You know, I'm not saying like I want there to be things made that are better than older things, but I feel like writing should develop, not go back. I don't know. Anyway, I feel like I'm over writing this a lot, over talking this a lot. Buffy has a character who is also named Willow, whose nickname is Will. Oh my god. Is it just like characters that are called Will that have like very emotional moments in TV shows? If I ever make my own TV show and I have a character called Will, you know that stuff's gonna happen with them, you know. Too many Wills. The ending really impacts the story, like nobody talks about Game of Thrones anymore. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I genuinely wanted to watch Game of Thrones, but then when the finale happened and everyone talks about how awful it was, I was like, oh, okay, I guess I can just cross this show off my plan to watch list then, because I do not want to get invested in something that long with a terrible ending. And that ended up happening anyway. Sad. The irony. It's actually ironic as well, because in the documentary for the season 5 of Stranger Things, the Duffer Brothers themselves said, you know, it's really sad seeing other shows that spent years building their story, their characters, their plot, just for the finale to end so unfinished. So we really need to make sure that we tie everything together and give this finale the best ending possible. I've been spamming the bro button so much in this. Well, I'm still waiting for the books to finish. Oh, damn, the Game of Thrones books are still going? Sheesh. Brother, I would not be able to finish those anytime soon. I'm such a slow reader. Good luck if you're waiting for the books. Oh no. Nah, I ain't waiting for the books. I'm a slow ass reader. Anyway, I'm gonna have a drink and then we can move on because we've got about like 9 points left. There's 84 of these in total. Oh mate, they're taking the piss now. Like how long have they been writing the books for? That's so long. Damn. Okay. Right. 75. Oh god, this is a long point. Okay. 75. Elle's escape from the jammer van and Mike's entry into her head makes no sense. It's completely unclear how Elle managed to escape from the van undetected and remain at the gates of the Upside Down if there were 3 jammers there. We've already been shown that every jammer practically deprived her of her strength. Oh, sorry. We've already been shown that even one jammer practically deprived her of her strength. She could barely walk or even talk. In this situation, her peaceful escape with 3 active jammers seems impossible and again contradicts the established rules. Furthermore, the scene with Mike remains unexplained. How exactly he got into her head? The mechanics of this interaction are not spelled out, not visualized and not connected to Elle's previously demonstrated abilities. As a result, the scene, which should be emotionally and narratively significant, once again relies not on the logic of the world, but on convention for the sake of the desired effect. The Duffers later confirmed/hinted that Mike and Elle's scene wasn't real. What? God, if they said that in an interview, I have no fucking idea. The Duffer Brothers have said like, oh, everything you need to understand Stranger Things is in the show, but then it seems like you need to like listen to the Duffer Brothers interviews as well, because they answer sort of some questions, like they say like, oh yeah, that happened off screen, or yeah, maybe it wasn't real. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't real. About things. Okay, yeah, so with this we've been shown in season 5 that they have these like jammers that are basically, I don't know what the fuck it is. It's like something that lets out like a psychic blast and like a psychic and it makes 11 and it makes Callie go like I can't, and they can't walk, they can't barely talk, they can't use their powers. It's kind of like in One Piece where if they fall in the ocean they can't swim, or like if someone like puts on some what they called like the special types of like handcuffs that are made from like sea material on them, then they can't do anything. They're like weak and their powers don't work. But then at the end, in the finale, there are 3 jammers surrounding the whole gang and the military, and 11 is at the entrance of the gate where the Upside Down is about to explode, and she's just standing there normally, and she's even like intercepting into Mike's mind, saying like I have to myself, and I'm sorry, peace out homie. But it doesn't make any sense because there's 3 jammers there. She shouldn't be able to use her powers to go into his brain space to talk to him. She shouldn't be able to be even standing there. It makes no sense. And if the Duffers later confirmed or hinted that this scene with Mike and Elle in his mind didn't even happen, then well, what the fuck what is the point in watching any of the show? Like, why even watch the show if something happened or it didn't happen, or oh yeah, this happened off screen? I might as well just fucking close my eyes and just imagine what happened, and I'd probably get a better experience than watching this fucking finale. The Stranger Things ARG is not that great. What do you mean by Stranger Things ARG? Is that like I I mean, I know what ARG means, but like, do you mean like the Duffer Brothers made an ARG before the show came out? Oh no, sorry. Do you by ARG do you mean like, because I'm thinking of like the ARG Welcome Home, well, like you've got to like go around the website and you've got to like go on different websites like YouTube or something to figure out the answers. And it's usually fun, but in this case, it's not fun at all, and it just makes you even more confused. It really is like an ARG, you're right, Char, oh my god. I'm making a joke about how the Duffers keep dropping law at the show. Yeah, no, sorry, it took me a minute to get that because I'm slow, you know. I'm a snail, I'm a slug, I'm a slag, I'm a sail. I'm a sail, I'm a slag, I'm a slug, I'm a snail. But yeah, no, it really, you're right, Char, it really does feel like an ARG at this point, with them being like, oh, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't, because they just want to satisfy everyone with their answer, but the reality of that is, bro, you can't. And in turn, you've upset everyone with your answers and made the worst ARG in the world. Okay. What are these pictures to do with? Oh, I see. Okay. So there's some pictures to go with this next one. Okay. 76. It's completely unclear what the meaning was behind the scene where Holly's binoculars, the glass, are shaped like a mountain / Henry's memory. It's presented as a visually significant moment, like a symbol or a foreshadowing, but the series never explains the logic behind this coincidence or its significance for the plot. Yeah, so this opening here, where Max has been living, is like supposed to be Vecna's like traumatic memory in his mind, but it's also the same shape as, so here Holly has like a binocular that she just gets from, she's like putting on, like, she dresses up just like her D&D character, Holly the heroic, right? And she gets all these clothes from Vecna's Henry Creel's mansion. She finds all these things. She finds like a cape, a dress, a little bow, binocular, and the binocular has a cap on it, and when she looks through it, the cap has this hole shape in it, and the hole shape is apparently the same shape as the cave. I'm not exactly sure why there's other pictures of these things, maybe because like the arms of the Mind Flayer are kind of that shape, or like like this is supposed to be the inside of the Mind Flayer, the internals of the Mind Flayer are that shape. Yeah, it's never shown or explained why this is a thing. Like, did Henry have this cap hole be this shape? Because this binocular that she used to look through, she finds this from Henry's mansion. Did Henry have this so that he could remember not to go near this? Because it's his mind. He should know not to go near this, and he does. He doesn't need the binoculars. He knows not to go near this because he already knows this is a traumatic memory in this cave. So what is the point of this? It's like I saw someone compare a scene from, is it called The Last Jedi? I'm not sure what the movie's called, but it's got Rey Skywalker. She has like a sword that's like a certain shape, and then she like moves it so it's like the same shape as something in the distance, and people got annoyed about that because it made no sense. And this feels like a very similar thing. Like they just did this, and it just, what does this mean? What does this mean? Makes no sense. Yeah, it seems like it's supposed to be like a significant symbol or something, but it's not. It's just something that was brought up, and it's again Chekhov's gun. It was something that was brought up in Act 1, and then it just doesn't get brought up again. No, please, not The Last Jedi, please. Oh, it is The Last Jedi. Okay, I'm surprised I even remembered the name of the movie. Damn. But yeah, that doesn't make any sense. I don't even know what this blue part is here. But yeah. And I know about blue things, let me tell you. I'm blue, da-ba-dee-da-ba-da. Okay. 78. Yeah, see, that's another thing as well. If we're talking about getting into series that are quite long, that have not so great endings, or like modern thing, like, so Stranger Things started out really great, right? And now it ended so shit. And that's something that I'm struggling with Star Wars. If I'm to briefly talk about this, because I brought up Rey Skywalker from Star Wars, I'd love to get into the Star Wars movies, but I'm so worried about like just the same thing happening with this bullshit, because apparently the movies nowadays are really bad ever since Disney took over Star Wars. So I'm like, is there any point? Like, I mean, you know, the point, like, I love like the first 3 movies, but like, I'm worried if I watch more and I get into it, I'm just gonna be annoyed when I get to this point. The ships, what do they mean? I had so much cauliflower today, the air around me is 1-1, the upside down air is pre-nerf. What? I had so much cauliflower today, the air around me is 1-1, the upside down. Star Wars has always been bad, don't let Star Wars fans guess. Command, did you take a leaf out of the Duffer Brothers book and chat GPT that sentence about cauliflower? What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, but the pre-Disney movies are good. Watch Clone Wars. Oh god. Clone Wars cartoon is good, though that shit rips. We can do the safe for Mimi Star Wars watch list. Oh no. I don't know if I can get invested in it, bros. I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can do it. Especially because it's a Disney IP now. I think I'd like to watch the older stuff, but because I don't have like original copies of the movies, I wouldn't even know where to watch it without the new fucking, what's his name? George Lucas edits. Like, I don't want to see the terrible CGI and the horrible edits that Mr. Lucas keeps adding. I had a crush on Sad Bane from Clone Wars when I was like 10. Now I was saying I'm farting so damn much the air around me is deadly. Oh, okay, yeah. But the thing is though, Command, if the Duffer Brothers were around you, they could write the scenario so that the air isn't deadly and it's fine. It's all Gucci. What if we make you watch the worst Star Wars thing that exists, the Christmas special? Then you get fully inoculated. Yeah, the only thing I know about the Christmas special is like years ago, like probably like 7-8 years ago, if not more, I watched JonTron talk about the Star Wars Christmas special, but I think all I really remember about it is the like Chewbacca and his family like are having Christmas, and then doesn't it end with like Han Solo doing like a dance? I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo, I'm riding solo. That's all I remember. That's all I remember, brother. Alright, I need to get on with this because it's getting kind of late for me now. I think if I watch the worst thing of Star Wars, that'll absolutely make me not want to watch anymore. Wait, so that does happen? Oh god. No fucking way. It's so funny though. Isn't that like a thing on Just Dance as well? Like you can sing that song and dance as Han Solo on Just Dance. That's from a video game? I thought I was high when I watched it. Oh wait, so like is that not from the Christmas special? That's just from Just Dance? I don't know, man. Okay, 78. The impact of Dimension X on the body. Canon has previously clearly shown that being in Dimension X has fatal effects on the human body. In the show, Dr. Brenner's father, having accidentally ended up there, returns with an altered blood type and dies a week later. I don't remember that. Do we ever meet Dr. Brenner's father? I don't know. Henry, when Eleven throws him into Dimension X, suffers severe burns, undergoes a physical transformation, and ultimately becomes Vecna. His body literally can't handle the environment. Against this backdrop, it's completely illogical that the main characters in the finale are calmly strolling through Dimension X as if on a picnic. Neither the demo dogs nor the environment itself react to them. Well, I mean, because they're not there. And no physiological consequences are shown at all. No burns, no changes, no threat to life. As a result, the previously established rule is completely broken again. A dangerous, deadly environment suddenly becomes safe, simply because the plot demands it without any explanation within the world. Yeah, when Eleven, goes when she's a child, which, by the way, I realized that, you know, in season 4 where Eleven first sends Henry to the other dimension, that's the strongest we've seen her. We haven't seen her get any stronger than that in season 5. We just see her doing the Chad face all the time and flying around a bit. Her sending Henry to the other dimension was the strongest we've ever seen her, and that's crazy. Because she was half the age that she is in the finale. Whew. Hi, Sullivan. Hi, hello there. How you doing? I just got back. How long has this been going on? What the fuck? Yeah, we've been yapping for over 3 hours. We're losing our minds. Yeah, hi, Sully. We're losing our minds, but the suffering is almost over. We've got about 6 more points to go after this. We're nearly done. So with this point, I don't know what it means about Dr. Brenner's father ending up in Dimension X. If it means something from the stage play, then I have no idea. But yeah, when Eleven first sends Henry to Dimension X, where the Demogorgons and whatever the fuck live, he gets struck by red lightning, and he gets burns and he gets severely malformed, and then he just ends up becoming to be fair, I don't know how his body changes from human to have vines growing all over it and stuff. It doesn't really make any scientific sense. Unless it's just he is in another world and he's following the rules of the other world, but I can't follow that shit. It's again, the Markiplier movie Iron Lung, it was a great horror movie, but I didn't really feel scared a lot of the time because the science wasn't very clear. But yeah, Vecna went through a whole body transformation just getting sent to Dimension X. But then when Nancy, Jonathan, Steve, Dustin, Lucas, Will, Mike, everyone, they go to Dimension X to fight the Mind Flayer, they're all just strolling through it do, this is fine, there's no problems. Maybe we should have a picnic, it's all Gucci, it's all Snoochie. They don't suffer any physical complications from being here, and it's so confusing. Is it because 11 forced him to go to the other dimension, and that made him deal with these things, whereas they're when they went through the portal to get to Dimension X, they I don't know. They gave consent to get to go to the other dimension. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. I went to play VR chat when I got bored. That's fair. Thank you. I appreciate that. The Iron Lung is scary because of the ambiguity and claustrophobia. The game, I mean, not the film. I see. I think I need to play the game myself because, I mean, I'm the fear of the unknown is really great. I love that. It's like one of my favorite things in horror. And yeah, the claustrophobia, the like tension, it really adds to the pressure of the environment. I think just because like there's all these like different law things, like the last tree, what's it called, like filament station, and the blood ocean, that they're on the moon, they're not on Earth, they're on the moon in a blood ocean, and the science doesn't really make sense to me. Like I don't know. If it made sense in that world, like I'm not saying it has to make sense in the real world. It's like in Stranger Things, if they're, I mean, in Stranger Things, they follow like actual physics. Like Dustin is obsessed with physics. He always talks about sciencey, nerdy shit. So like in Stranger Things, they follow like actual real physics. So they need to do real research. But I like movies and shows and things that aren't necessarily real. Like they have, like they follow the rules that they themselves created. I of course can't like tell you off the top of my head what like that is, but like I enjoy, okay, like One Piece, for example. One Piece doesn't follow like the physics of our world because it's like a fucking, anime, firstly, but like it's like there's all kinds of shit going on that it makes no sense in terms of physics and reality, but because they established the rules themselves and they consistently follow the rules of their world, I can get immersed in it. But with Stranger Things, because they don't follow their own, they don't follow the laws of physics, they don't follow their own the things that the rules that they implement themselves, I can't get immersed in it because it's just, again, a dangerous, deadly environment that they introduced as previously like potent and like stay the fuck away from here, Vil, is now just, oh, we're just gonna stroll through here and just have a gay old time. And now that Will's come out, it can be a really gay old time, I guess. I will make you immune to salt. What does that mean? Are you gonna try drown me in the ocean? You're gonna try waterboard me in the ocean? That sounds hot. That's freaky. It would be like spending the season establishing how people can't breathe on the moon and then later characters just have a picnic on the moon. Yeah, for real. Like, I mean, how... We never even get told like how Eleven sends Henry to another dimension in the first place. Like how she found the power to do that, and how she knew specifically to send him to this planet, which is a different planet, is a different dimension, but it happens to have a breathable atmosphere. Like I don't know. I'm losing my mind here, bros. I'm so tired. Not because of like it's late, but because this is exhausting. This shit is so ass. Okay. 79. The discrepancy between Elle's capabilities in the past and in the finale. We've already seen Elle at age 11 or 12 able to open a portal to Dimension X and forcefully send Henry there without any complicated preparations. Excuse me. A logical question arises. Why can't she do this anymore in season 5? I mean, I was just talking about that. Never mind. Why can't she do this anymore in season 5? Why was Steve Harrington's complicated super duper plan, the wait for the military and the multi-stage operations necessary? If Elle had previously done it literally on the fly at age 11, had she forgotten how? Lost this very ability? The series doesn't give a single answer, which creates the feeling that Elle's power level changes not according to the character's logic, but solely according to the needs of the plot. I mean, yeah, like we even get shown that she knows how to go into people's mind, like dark mind palace, to talk to them. But I mean, apparently that's only something Callie could do. I don't even remember Callie being able to do that in the 5 minutes she was introduced before, but yeah, I mean, it is kind of funny that in season 4 we're shown 11 at, I guess, age 11, but it's have like a power that's more powerful than how she is like now in season 5. But yeah, I guess it's just like, oh, she's... If the Duffer Brothers were to explain it, they'd probably say something like, oh yeah, she had this power, but then she forgot how to use it, and she used up all her strength, and she hit her head, and she lost her memory, or... Yeah, this happened off screen. Ay. 80. Okay, we are in the final stretch, Sluggies. We can do this. Okay, 80. Elle's escape from the lab defies logic. In season 4, we're shown that Elle showed Henry the escape route. However, after she sends him to Dimension X, after she sends him to Dimension X, Elle falls into a coma and loses her memory. Therefore, she couldn't remember the exit route. Even assuming some fragments of memory were preserved, access to the necessary areas of the laboratory... Let me try again. Even assuming some fragments of memory were preserved, access to the necessary areas of the laboratory were restricted to an employee's access card. A child couldn't have had such a card. Furthermore, after the incident, Elle remains the only child in the lab under extremely strict supervision. Under these circumstances, her independent escape from the secure facility seems impossible. The series shows no escape hatch, no help, no systematic glitch to explain it. Yeah, we're never actually, like... Because, like, when we first meet 11, she's, like, in the forest. Oh, no, she's at Benny's Burger Bar. And then... do we first see her in the rainy forest or at the Burger Bar? I can't remember. But when we first meet her, she seems like she just, like... She still has, like, her hospital gown on, so it's clear, like it's the same hospital gown that she has when she's in the lab. Oh yeah, no, she went to Benny's Burger Bar first, right? Because when Mike, Dustin, and Lucas first find her, she's, like, wearing the, like, yellow Benny Burger shirt, right? In the rain. But They never, like, ask her how, like, where she... I mean, okay, they did ask her where she came from. And I know that, like, she couldn't speak, really. But, I mean, I think that's another point that I want to touch on as well, is, like, her ability to speak and her talking openly to Henry / Vecna / Juan in season 4, even though she shouldn't have had any ability to speak. If she can't even speak to Dustin, Lucas, and Mike when she first meets them. But anyway, yeah, even if we weren't shown in season 1, we're not shown at all in the entire series how Elle even escaped the lab in the first place. Like, Henry said that she could... Like, there was an escape route... But then after she sends Henry to the Dimension X, she, like, loses her memory. Maybe that's when her power gets weaker. I'm, like, rolling my eyes. And she forgets how to use her power to send someone to another dimension, and that's, like, how they would explain it away. Like, I imagine that's how the Duffer Brothers would explain it away. It's like, oh yeah, no, she hit her head and lost her memory. I mean, I was actually saying that in the previous point, was like... The Duffer Brothers would be like, oh yeah, no, she just exhausted her strength and she hit her head and lost her memory of her power. Like, I assume that's how they would explain it, but We never see how Elle escapes the lab, and yeah, it doesn't make sense. Like, because she was the last child left, like after Henry went and killed all of the other kids. Yeah, we don't know how she escapes. And I don't know if it mentions it in the doc at all, but like it doesn't make sense how 11 can talk like full conversational sentences to Henry in the lab when it's like she's like playing out a memory, right? So she's no longer like 16, 17, she's like 11. And she is having full-blown conversations with Henry, aka 1, but then in season 1, when it's so many numbers, she's talking with 11 is talking with 1, but then in season 1 when she meets Lucas, Dustin and Mike, she doesn't know like what certain words mean. She doesn't know how to talk properly. Even when she talks to Benny in his burger shop, she doesn't understand like she can't answer like simple questions. Eesh. Kid Gohan had more consistent power scaling. Only 5 more, Mimi. Clearly, after one of the kids killed everyone, they said, "Man, that was bad. Let's reduce our security budget so next time less of our people die in another escape attempt." Wait, what? Clearly, after one of the kids killed everyone, they said, "Man, that was bad. Let's reduce our security budget so next time." So, like, less security dies? I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Next, 81. We've got 3 more Sluggies, 3 more. We're getting there. 81. Killing the Demogorgon at the end of season 1 contradicts the memory loss. In the season 1 finale... Oh, wait, yeah. Oh my god. Okay. 81. Killing the Demogorgon at the end of season 1 contradicts the memory loss. In the season 1 finale, Elle destroys the Demogorgon using the same method she used to send Henry to Dimension X. But if she didn't remember the moment she banished Henry, nor the mechanics of using that power, how could she have consciously repeated the act? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, it's so right. There's no way. How did she? Oh my god, I didn't even think about this. So we just were talking about how Elle used her power to send Henry to another dimension, and then she fell and I guess lost her memory of it, how to do that. But then at the end of season 1, so this is like in the current year, like, I mean, in season 1 current year, this is after she's escaped, after she sent Henry to the other dimension. At the end of season 1, she's like, "Goodbye, Mike," and she uses her power to, I guess, send the... It says she destroys the Demogorgon, but I can only assume she sends it back to Dimension X. I don't know. How she knows how to send the Demogorgon back to Dimension X, I don't know. But she uses her power to send the Demogorgon back to Dimension X, and she, for some reason, just ends up in the Upside Down. Like, I don't know why she knew she was going to disappear, and that's why she said, "Goodbye, Mike." Like, how did she know that she needed to say goodbye to Mike? Why did she just end up in the Upside Down? How come she didn't end up in the Dimension X with Demogorgon? But yeah, she shouldn't have even remembered that she had this power to send things to other dimensions. And if she did remember, then in season 5, she definitely should have remembered this power. Why did she not remember this power? Oh my god. Oh my lord, I know. I completely didn't even put this together in my head. Demo Hagen. Sheesh. Damn, brother, damn. Clearly after... Oh, sorry, I already read that. I need a filing cabinet and I need better jokes. Okay, 82. The line of Elle's mother and her abilities was completely abandoned. Oh no, this is gonna make me so angry. Oh no. In the second season, we were introduced to Elle's mother and learned that she, too, possesses abilities. However, the show never explains where they came from, what their nature is, or why she possesses them. This line is introduced as important. Through it, Elle gains access to memories that are supposed to be significant to the overall story, but this plot thread is never fully developed. In the season 5 finale, Elle is seemingly willing to sacrifice herself to close the circle, yet her mother, a character the show has simply forgotten about since the second season, remains. Ultimately, it feels as if Elle's mother's abilities were added purely as a temporary plot device, with no intention of seeing this arc through to its logical conclusion or integrating it into the overall theme of sacrifice, legacy, and the consequences of experiments. Oh my god, this is gonna make me so angry. Okay. So season 2, we meet Eleven's mother, her actual mother, who 11/Jane was taken from when she was just a baby, like she was just born. She was stolen by Dr. Brenner. And it seems that the mother, Terry, I think her name is Terry, I can't remember, Terry Ives, she also has powers like 11. She's in like a comatose state, or like a sorry, I just pooped. I'm sorry if you heard that. God damn it. I'm like letting loose now, bro. I'm so mad. That was directed solely at the Slop brothers. So we meet Eleven's mother, who is in like a vegetative state. Like she's been talking like this, like saying the same sentences over and over again for what, like 10 years or maybe more. And everyone thinks that her baby died and that she's just crazy. She's just a crazy lady. But we're shown that she can like interact with the lights even though she's in a vegetative state. And when Elle goes into her mother's mind space, Elle interacts with her mother and her mother grabs her arm and she's like, no. Like she stops saying her repetitive sentences, she grabs her arm and she's like, no. So like she can clearly communicate with her. And honestly, I thought for the final season they were going to bring Elle's mother back and have her awaken. I thought Max was going to wake up and Max was going to have powers, because that would only make sense according to the rules of this world, and that Elle's mother was going to wake up and that they were going to join 11 in the final battle with Vecna and they could use their powers on him together. But no, we don't even get to see 11 reunite with her real mother ever. Terry Ives is just stuck in this vegetative state forever. We never get to help her out of that state. Like, seemingly there could have been a way to help her out of that if they cared enough to remember her as a character, but they didn't. And it makes me so mad because I was so interested and I was so invested in the thought that she would come back for the final season to help fight Vecna. Furthermore, this also adds to like the talking about this also adds to the conversation about 11's sacrifice being pointless, because if Terry Ives is still alive after 11 sacrifices herself, because 11 is like, my blood can't continue because they're just going to make more psionic babies with my blood if I stay alive. So 11, you know, herself, and she's like, this is what needs to happen. in order for, you know, there to not be any more superpowered people to be made. But her mother still is around. Her mother's blood can be used. Furthermore, Will now has powers too, so could they not just get Will's blood? Like, I'm losing it, Sluggies. I'm losing it. '83 with 2 points. 2 points away from finishing this. I really need to pee really quick. Do you guys mind? Oh my god. Ugh. I'm sorry, I gotta pee. But you can pre-read the next point if you want. If I'm being a bit slow, you can pre-read the next point so you've got like your own thoughts about it. Okay, I really gotta pee. I'll be back. I promise, I'll be back. Fuck. Oh my god. I can't believe we're nearly done. We've been talking about Stranger Things about the same length as the Markiplier streams. Oh my days. Like 8 hours each. Fucking hell. I'm back. Yeah, I hope you guys were able to get a drink or maybe have a quick read of this. I heard the secret ending episode happens on the beach. It's called Ocean's 11. Hold on. I haven't seen Ocean's 11, so I can't. But let's fucking get through this. We're so close to finishing this, Sluggies. We're so close to the climactic ending. It's so ironic as well because there was like no climactic ending in the actual show. And I'm so tired. I'm not in the mood for a climax. I mean, to be fair, like I need to do my NSFW audio, so then I will be, but not when I'm talking about this slot. Okay, we're almost done. Let's get through this. 83. This is a big point. Okay. 83. The illusion of a final victory over the Upside Down and the Mind Flayer has no logic. The ending is presented as if the destruction of the Upside Down automatically destroyed everything else. However, this contradicts the previously established rules of the world. The Mind Flayer is not inherently a physical entity. It is not limited to a single shell. Therefore, the idea that it can be killed by simply destroying its current physical form is highly dubious. Moreover, even if the Upside Down were successfully destroyed, this wouldn't be the same as destroying an entire other dimension. At most, the current bridge or a specific point of a contact between worlds would be destroyed. It's logical to assume that under such circumstances, the rift between dimensions could reappear sooner or later. However, the series deliberately closes the story as if the threat has vanished forever, without explaining why this particular moment is the final point. Rather than the temporary respite it had been before, it feels entirely like an artificially imposed happy ending rather than a logically earned conclusion. I mean, I feel like this said everything it needed to say, really. But yeah, there was something that I was like, oh god, like this is going to be like the intro to this spin-off series with the kids, isn't it? Is like when the kids get the slugs pulled out of their mouth, like when the 12 kids that fucking Nonce Vecna kidnapped get the slugs pulled out of their mouth and they wake up, they burp out like particles in the same way that Will does at the end of season 2 when Joyce like shouts the mind flayer particles out of him. And when that happened, they said in season 3 that those particles that Will spat out were stuck in our world because 11 closed the gate and like it couldn't get back to the Dimension X. And I'm wondering if when those kids burped out those particles like Will did, they're going to say that this they're going to give like a similar explanation in that, like in this spin-off series, if and when it happens, that the mind flayer's back because it never fully went anywhere. It didn't die. It's not. Its body. It was part of the kids. The particles that the kids burped out made a new mind flayer. Because I mean, that's what we've been shown so far. So yeah, we resolved nothing at the end. Happy ending. Yay. The like happy ending feels very forced, especially because according to the rules of the world, it shouldn't. Like that it's not a happy ending at all. Like they still need to go chase those particles that the kids burped out. But it's just fine, I guess. It's just fine. Okay. Last point. I think I said everything about that. Yeah, like the way that the mind flayer comes about in the first place is he's like a big like void entity, and like that form looks so much scarier than his fucking vagina crab spider form, whatever the hell. I think it's a much scarier design. And even when that went away, in season 3, they brought it back in the form of like, they like had a bunch of people like be melted down into making like like another form for the mind flayer. Which, by the way, I never fully understood like how, why those people all melted. Like, you know, like in season 3, like they like go to like the set, like the basement where the basement cellar, whatever you want to call it. They go to the cellar where there's like a new mind flayer getting made, and the people like there's just like all the townspeople are just like walking down and like melting when they walk in front of it, and the goo just becomes part of the mind flayer. Like, how does that happen? How does that happen? Was that ever told? Was I ever told how that happened? Because I don't think it did. Like, whenever I rewatched season 3, I always got so confused about the whole thing about the rats eating the soil and the people in the town that melt down into goo. I never understood that. Or why they acted the way they did before they melted down into goo. It didn't make sense. Okay. Oh my god, last point, Sluggies! 84, last fucking point. Fucking hell, we made it. Jesus Christ. 84. Mind Flayer Fragments. In the second volume of Season 5, we're directly shown a piece of the Mind Flayer flying out of the Demogorgons as Will enters Vecna's mind. The camera focuses on this entity ascending the radio tower, clearly presenting the scene as significant. However, its fate is never revealed. Where did it go? Where did it come from? Where did it go from Cotton Eye Demo... Was it destroyed, dissolved, or did it continue to exist? Moreover, when all 12... Oh my god, I keep saying things and then the documents... Okay. Moreover, when all 12 children are rescued, fragments of the Mind Flayer also emerge from them. Okay. Moreover, when all 12 children are rescued, fragments of the Mind Flayer also emerge from them, and exactly the same thing happens to them. The series doesn't explain what happens to them. If the Flayer isn't a single physical entity, but a distributed consciousness or form of energy, then such fragments can't simply disappear without consequences. As a result, an important visual and plot element is left unfinished, which again undermines the idea of the ending as a final victory over the threat. I mean, I was literally just talking about this. Because, like, I mean, what is it? The kids spit out the like Mind Flayer particles, and then I forgot that even like when they like tie down a Demogorgon to use it to intercept Vecna's mind, when they like electrocute the Demogorgon to death, I forgot that particles fly out of the Demogorgon's mouth too. I don't even remember like the camera focusing it on this much because like I never want to watch this season again or even this show again, really, to be honest, because I'm so mad. Maybe I'll watch like the earlier seasons, but that's it. That's it. But yeah, apparently like the camera focuses on the particles like it's like very significant. And I mean, again, same thing with the 12 children. It's so funny that they're bringing it up like right as I do. And yeah, to me, it really does make me think, like, I mean, I thought this throughout the series, even before the series ended, before the finale, I was convinced that, and you know, if it ever does happen, I can say that I was in before it happened. I am convinced that these particles are going to be used as a plot reference if and when another spin-off, not the cartoon one, Tales of 85, whatever it's called, comes out. I'm convinced that there's going to be a spin-off with these 12 children, including Holly, and those particles are going to make a new monster, and the 12 kids are going to need to be like the new gang that like go and figure out where the monster is and how to stop it and everything. Basically like restarting the series from the start, but like with almost triple the amount of main cast kids. Because we need more money. Did Netflix and the Duffer Brothers be like, did you just say a series ended? No. We need more money. We need more money. More spin-off, more series, more money. So yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Oh man, I feel so bad for like the Duffer Brothers kids because they briefly talk about them in the documentary, and they say like, oh yeah, I just want to spend time with my kids. Like, it's been so hard to work and have kids at the same time. Yeah, even though there's like an older guy on the show that's like, yeah, I mean, I had kids and worked at the same time, and he clearly fucking hates the Duffer Brothers. What was I gonna say? I can't remember what I was gonna say. Like the ending of this being so passé, and it being like a will they, won't they, did they, didn't they? We don't know what happened. It happened off screen. Inconsistencies all over the fucking shop, and clear spin-offs. I mean, spin-off is coming out called Tales of 85, and it's apparently an animated is apparently an animated show that's coming out. It's most likely going to be a prequel to like everything, if it's before everything, I guess. I'm just like shaking my head in exhaustion. But yeah, here at the bottom of the document, it says, let's discuss everything here. If you have anything to add, please write https://t.me/zametkinayulux. So if you have any more plot holes that you believe you found, feel free to send them to this person, and maybe they'll add them to the original document. But yeah, we got through it. It feels we got through the whole document, and what did we achieve, Sluggies? We won nothing. All we feel is anger and resentment at the Duffer Brothers. I mean, right, to be honest, I found this really helpful because I've been wanting to talk about how mad the final season of Stranger Things has made me with you guys for like the past like 2 months now. So I'm glad that we can finally talk about it. And I don't know about you guys, but ranting about all this, I feel like has sort of helped give me a bit of closure to the series in some way. I know that that's ironic because the series didn't come to a satisfying closing or closure at all, and there's so many inconsistencies, plot holes, unfinished plot lines, everything of the variety. But getting to rant about it with you guys really helped me mentally get through this time in my life, because this has been so sad. Like, realizing that this show has ended so badly has been a terrible like realization. I mean, you know, there are worse things, but like it's not super fun to invest nearly 10 years of your life in a show and then it kind of ends shit. Not to mention, this final season has some oddly specific similarities to the Digimon 2 ending plot for some reason. Huh. I guess ChatGPT just really likes Digimon. Thanks AI, and thank you Duffer Brothers for ruining one of my favorite shows. Yay! Whoa! Yay! Yay! Woo! Yay! Yippee! 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 Whoa! Yippee! Thank you guys for hanging out with me for the past 4 hours. I hope maybe this gave you some closure in some way as well. Like, even if it was just to enjoy ranting about the Slop Brothers, I hope this gave you some kind of closure or enjoyment in some way, as it has me. Because obviously, you know, I want you guys to get something from this. Unlike the Slop Brothers, I want you guys to, like, you know, get something of value from this experience. I'm going to be in the Shadow Realm for a while after this. I don't blame you, Sullivan. Happy to listen to you yap, Mimi. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I mean, you know, it just feels nice to like sit down and yap about some things that have been on my mind for literal years. And you know, it always feels good to make fun of you know, cunts. So, you know, look at these fucking clowns, bro. Look at these fucking clowns. I'm just gonna get some clown noses real quick. Wait, is also I'm gonna I feel like this is the best way to cinematically end this experience with the Slop brothers. Fuck you, Duffer Brothers. Fuck you. Fuck you, Duffer Brothers. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck your mother. Fuck your brother too. Fuck you, Duffer Brothers. Fuck your brother. Fuck each other, make incest babies. Fuck your brother. Fuck your mother. Fuck your brother. Fuck your mother. Fuck you, each other. You fucking dicks. You ruined a show that was really great. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. You AI motherfucking sloppers. I hate these motherfucking bitches. I hate these motherfucking clowns. Get your nose on straight, you motherfucking bitch. Fuck these motherfucking bitches. Fuck these motherfucking bitches. That. Sorry, I put it loud because I thought it would. I put it quiet because I thought it would be loud. Thank you guys for being here and watching the cinema of the Squirty Mimi channel. Hope you enjoy my clown nipples. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Hong Kong, Hong Kong, Hong Kong, Hong Kong. I'll be back tomorrow with a 3D model reveal, and we're gonna hang out and play with the model for a while. Hope you look forward to that. And thank you guys again for sticking with me for this entire slop. Fuck you, Duffer Brothers. I hope you lose sleep over this situation for the rest of your life, you bitches. Oh yeah, slimy!